Chapter 1222. Xiao Yang said, I found her. She's at the Dragon Phoenix tea house. However, she seems to have gotten into a conflict with someone and started fighting. Huh. Xiao Man was surprised. Then she said angrily, How dare someone bully Linger at the foot of the imperial city? That means they don't respect me. No, I have to go too. I have to stand up for Linger. Everyone knew that Xiao Yang, Xiao Linger, and Lin Shiyun lived in the Spring Courtyard. The Spring Courtyard was a property that Emperor Zhu Qingquan had bestowed to First Princess Xiao Man many years ago. It was equivalent to the first princess telling others that Xiao Yang and the other two were her people. Now that someone dared to attack her people, it meant that they didn't respect her dignity as the first princess. Of course, she couldn't tolerate it. The three of them left the Spring Courtyard and quickly headed to the Dragon Phoenix tea house. When they arrived downstairs, they heard the sounds of fighting upstairs. From the looks of it, they seemed to be fighting quite fiercely. Xiao Yang and the other two hurriedly rushed up. In the blink of an eye, they rushed to the second floor. Glancing at the situation on the second floor, Xiao Ling was currently exchanging blows with a young man. This young man had a somewhat evil appearance, giving others a sloppy feeling. However, his bones were filled with arrogance, and he had a lofty appearance. His cultivation was obviously stronger than Xiao Linger's, but he didn't subdue Xiao Linger immediately. Instead, he was playing with Xiao Linger. He was teasing her. Struggle, beauty. The more you struggle, the more excited I will be. Zhao Baihu said proudly and looked at Xiao Linger with interest. The noble young man, Li Xuanwu, who was sitting not far away, said calmly, Brother Zhao, can you do it? If you can't, let me do it. I don't want to miss such a great opportunity. Both of them had taken a liking to Xiao Linger's beauty. Who asked Xiao Linger to come out for a stroll alone? Now that she was alone, of course they wouldn't let her go. Also, Zhao Baihu and Li Xuanwu were both people of high status. They were the princes of the White Tiger Dynasty and King Wu's Xian Dynasty, respectively. Even if they played with someone on planet Suzaku, the head of planet Suzaku, Zhu Qingquan, could only turn a blind eye. Therefore, they became unscrupulous. When Zhao Baihu heard Li Xuanwu's words, he immediately became unhappy and said, Brother Xuanwu, you're not going to play by the rules. Didn't we agree that I'll go first and you'll be the last? They hadn't even won over Xiao Linger yet, but they were already talking about the distribution rights of Xiao Linger. Xiao Linger was so angry that her eyes were almost spitting fire. She knew that she couldn't beat Zhao Baihu alone, so she immediately summoned her pet beast to help. Yo, this girl has a pet beast. What a surprise. Look at this pet beast. It's not weak. Zhao Baihu chuckled. In the face of Xiao Linger and her pet beast attacks, he didn't dare to be careless. He immediately took out a heaven-grade magic treasure and controlled it to release a yellow light to form a defensive light shield to protect himself. This defensive light shield was very strong. No matter how Xiao Linger and her pet beast attacked, they couldn't break it. Zhao Baihu couldn't help but laugh. He looked at Xiao Linger frivolously and said, I say, beauty, you should take a break. What's wrong with following us? You'll have food to eat, a place to live, and you can enjoy wealth and glory. If you want cultivation resources, you can ask for them. Is there a need to attack so desperately? Li Xuanwu also couldn't help but tease. Girl, let me tell you, this Zhao Baihu before you is the crown prince of the White Tiger Dynasty. There are countless women who want to be with him. It's rare that he has taken a fancy to you. This is your fortune. Why don't you know how to cherish it? Xiao Linger sneered. She would be damned if she believed them. This kind of licentious man didn't treat women like clothes and throw them away when he was tired of playing with them. Only Xiao Yang was worthy of her trust. After hearing Li Xuanwu's praise and boasting, Zhao Baihu also laughed and said, Beauty, it's fine if you don't want to follow me. Look at Li Xuanwu. His status is lower than mine. His status as the crown prince of King Wu's dynasty is much more honorable than mine. How dare he push her around? What did he take her for? She was probably even worse than Mistress Red Dust from the brothel. This made Xiao Linger extremely angry. She wanted to fight to the death and drag them down with her, even if she had to self-destruct. However, she saw 3 familiar figures from the corner of her eyes. Thus, Xiao Linger gave up on this idea. Instead, she withdrew her battle intent and cultivation. The corners of her mouth curled up into a mocking smile. When Zhao Baihu and Li Xuanwu saw Xiao Linger's change, they were startled for a moment. Then they laughed and said, "Miss, have you understood? Don't worry, the promise from before is still valid. If you follow me, there will be countless benefits." Xiao Linger sneered and said, "No, I want to say that my reinforcements are here." Reinforcements. Hearing this, Li Xuanwu and Zhao Baihu couldn't help but frown and look to the side. Sure enough, they saw Xiao Yang, Xiao Man, and Lin Shiyun at the top of the stairs. "So it's the eldest princess. I apologize for not coming out to greet you. What is the eldest princess doing here instead of staying in the palace? Could it be that you want to drink and chat with us? We are very happy." Zhao Baihu and Li Xuanwu walked up with smiles and bowed to Xiao Man. As envoys of the 2 dynasties, since they had come to planet Suzuku, they had to follow the etiquette of planet Suzuku. Xiao Man's face was cold as she said angrily, "You guys sure have guts to come here and humiliate a woman from planet Suzuku. Who gave you the guts to do this in broad daylight? You want to marry the princess of my dynasty with your characters? What a joke." Xiao Man hated them very much. She hated them very much. If it wasn't for the relationship between the 2 dynasties, she would have killed them. Zhao Baihu chuckled and said, "First princess, we were just joking. Look at our cultivation and our lineup. If we were serious, this girl would have been taken down long ago." Li Xuanwu also smiled and said, "Eldest princess, the marriage alliance between the 2 dynasties was ordered by the emperor. We were just following orders." Xiao Man said coldly, "Then do you have any objections if I want to take her away?" Of course not. They quickly stopped and shook their heads. Xiao Yang and Lin Shiyun both frowned, and their eyes were filled with killing intent. Xiao Linger had been bullied by these 2, and they wanted to get justice. But wouldn't this make things difficult for Xiao Man? After all, he was an envoy of the 2 dynasties and the eldest prince of the 2 dynasties. If he died on planet Suzuku, he would be criticized, and it might even cause an all-out war between the 2 dynasties. Xiao Linger calmly walked before Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang comforted her. "Don't worry, they will participate in the competition on the Celestial Mountain. I promise you that I will kill them on the Celestial Mountain." Chapter 1223. Only then did Xiao Ling beam with joy. The group left calmly. After Xiao Yang's group left, Zhao Baihu said, "Was that person Xiao Yang? What do you think? If we work together, will we be able to stop him?" Li Xuanwu thought for a moment and said, "The 2 of us definitely won't be able to stop him. However, if we use our guard, King Wu, it should be possible." Thus, the 2 of them agreed to let Xiao Yang show off for a while. After they reached the Celestial Mountain, they would deal with Xiao Yang to avenge the Black Tortoise and White Tiger marshals. When Xiao Yang saved Chen Pingan and company, he kidnapped the 2 marshals. This was a great humiliation for their 2 dynasties. They would remember this debt for Xiao Yang. Another day passed. Dawn. Everyone who was participating in the competition gathered at the square in the palace. Xiao Yang's group arrived early. Princess Xiao Mang and Princess Xiao Lian personally sent them here. Because Zhu Qiankuan refused to let Xiao Mang and Xiao Lian take the risk, the 2 princesses couldn't go with them. People continued to gather here. Lu Qiaodong, the grandson of the Minister of Personnel, King Wu of the Xian dynasty, and the Crown Prince of the White Tiger dynasty. There were also many young talents from planet Suzuku, as well as other unknown powerful cultivators. Many of these powerful cultivators were already very old. Some mocked them for wanting to marry the princesses at their age. Some snorted and couldn't be bothered to reply, while others said mischievously, Can't you do that? These powerful cultivators of unknown origins all had their own goals. It has to be said that the Celestial Mountain was an ancient ruin with countless opportunities. If they could use this opportunity to train, they might be able to break through after being stuck for so many years. That was the most important thing. Of course, there were also some hired people. These hired people were going to the Celestial Mountain to find certain materials. In short, there were all kinds of people. There were thousands of them. Alchemist Xiao. After Xiao Yang waited for a while, he heard someone calling him. He looked over and saw Chun Pingan, Gozi, and housekeeper Chin. Why are you here? Xiao Yang asked with a smile. Chun Pingan said, according to the information we received, many people want to deal with you on the Immortal Mountain, so we came to help. In addition, we also want to see if we can find our own opportunities on the Immortal Mountain. You guys forget it. Let's go together then. Xiao Yang shook his head, helplessly, after waiting for about 2 hours. The people who should be here were here. Zhu Qingquan and Lu Xiuling slowly descended. There were even eunuchs announcing the arrival of the emperor. After Zhu Qingquan appeared, he gave a long speech and finally announced the start of the training. Then he activated the teleportation array in the square. The light of the formation enveloped them, preparing to teleport them to the Celestial Mountain. As for Lil Man and Lil Lian, who wanted to fish in troubled waters, they were bounced away by the teleportation array. Of course, this was done deliberately by Zhu Qingquan. He didn't want his 2 daughters to take the risk. Xiao Man could only reluctantly watch Xiao Yang and the others leave. As the light flashed, the people in the square disappeared in an instant. When they appeared again, they had already arrived at a chaotic place. The reason why it was chaotic was because there were all kinds of auras, such as demonic aura, immortal aura, spiritual aura, and ghost aura. Demonic aura was ferocious and violent, immortal aura was abundant and elegant, spiritual aura was fresh and refreshing, and ghost aura was gloomy and decaying. Moreover, there were all kinds of corpses on the ground, human, demon, and incomplete ghosts. As soon as they arrived, many people felt uncomfortable. Some felt dizzy, some vomited, and some looked pale. Guzi, Butler Chen, Chin Pingan, and Xiaolinger couldn't stand it. After all, it was the first time they had encountered such a complicated environment. On the other hand, Lin Shiyun's ability to adapt was stronger. The most outstanding one was Xiao Yang. Walking in this chaotic place was like eating a meal for him. There were no adverse reactions. They were all full of admiration. Xiao Yang released his divine sense to check this chaotic place. Then he saw that this chaotic place was only a mountain. The difference was that this mountain was the size of a planet. This shocked him. He thought to himself, as expected of a celestial mountain, a mountain is actually a planet. After Chin Pingan, Xiaolinger, and the others slowly adapted, they also released their divine sense to check the situation. When they found out that the ground under their feet was a celestial mountain, they were shocked and exclaimed, "Let's go. Let's take a look." Xiao Yang led the group forward. The group of people walked aimlessly. Along the way, they saw more white bones, which shocked them. Some areas were covered in fog, and their divine sense couldn't penetrate it. They could only hear tragic howls coming from the fog. Guzi, Chun Pingan, Xiaolinger, and Butler Chen were so scared that their faces turned pale. They hurriedly suggested to avoid it. Xiao Yang didn't try to be brave. He tried to avoid danger as much as possible. After half a day, the people participating in the training competition started to die. Some people killed each other to settle their grudges. Some people died mysteriously. Some fell into a trap. Some absorbed too much demonic qi. Some couldn't stand the invasion of ghost qi, and so on. In this celestial mountain, they also found traces of the demon race. Some of the weaker cultivators who were alone were directly killed and eaten by the greater demons. The cultivators began to group up and form groups in an attempt to protect themselves. Of course, There were also those who were lucky enough to obtain a fortuitous encounter, such as picking up an ancient magic treasure or finding an ancient cultivation method, and so on. There were many ancient ruins in this huge, celestial mountain. Many people were inexplicably teleported and disappeared. They entered a grotto heaven world and received good fortune. Once they came out, their cultivation soared, which made people envious. After Xiaoyang and the others walked for a while, they also encountered a cave abode. The words Tai Palace were written on the cave abode. They looked at each other. They didn't know what Tai Palace was. However, there was definitely a cave abode inside. They just didn't know what dangers, miracles, and opportunities there were. Even though Xiaoyang was the eternal poison lord in his previous life, he still didn't know who Tai was. After thinking for a while, he asked, "You can choose to go in or not. There might be danger or opportunities if they went in. If they didn't go in, they would be bypassing it." Xiao Linger said, "Let's go in. Since we've met, it must be fate." Qin Pingan also nodded in support. After all, many people had obtained their own opportunities. They were the only ones who were still unknown and felt uncomfortable. "Okay, let's go." Xiaoyang pushed open the door of the cave abode and let everyone in. However, after taking a few steps, they heard a provocative voice. "Xiaoyang, you'd better give up this cave abode." Chapter 1224. LV Chaodong shouted smugly, not far away. Beside LV Chaodong were a few familiar people. They were the two princes he had met at the Dragon Phoenix tea house. One was Zhao Baihu, and the other was Li Xuanwu. Looking at their lineup, there were quite a few of them. There were at least 100 of them. In addition to the people they had brought, there were also many people who had participated in the training. Perhaps many people had been recruited by them. It seemed like they had done a lot of preparations to deal with Xiaoyang. "Xiaoyang, are you mute? Weren't you very impressive before? Show me how impressive you are now, haha." LV Chaodong couldn't help but laugh proudly. Ever since he had been dealt a blow by Xiaoyang at the Heaven and Earth Pavilions auction, he had contacted Zhao Baihu and Li Xuanwu and colluded with them to deal with Xiaoyang. Before they came to the Celestial Mountain, they had secretly recruited a lot of experts. They now had more than 100 experts. With so many people and experts, they didn't have to worry about Xiaoyang's strength being too high. Zhao Baihu and Li Xuanwu were also sneering as they looked at Xiaoyang with a smile that wasn't a smile. Their eyes were filled with mockery as if they had Xiaoyang for sure. Zhao Baihu said, "Xiaoyang, I let your people go because of the eldest princess. Now, on this extremely dangerous celestial mountain, I want your people in front of you. How are you going to refuse?" Li Xuanwu also laughed. His gaze landed on Lin Shiyun and he said, "I think this one is not bad either. After we enjoy her, we can let others enjoy her." The people behind them also cheered with smiles on their faces. Xiaoyang was in no hurry to enter the cave. He slowly walked out and calmly looked at them. Chen Pingan said angrily, "LV Chaodong, as someone from planet Suzuku, you actually colluded with them to harm the eldest princess's people. You are a traitor." LV Chaodong wasn't angry and sneered. Qin Pingan stopped shouting. "Even if I kill you here, no one will know. If you don't want to die, behave yourself." Housekeeper Qin snorted and said coldly, "LV Chaodong, we are not easy to bully. If you want to hurt my young master, you will have to step over my dead body." Although Gooden's cultivation wasn't high, he still had courage. He said, "There's still me. Even if I self-destruct, I won't let you have your way." Zhao Baihu said indifferently, "Cut the crap. Let's talk with our fists." Then he looked at the people behind him and said, "Which one of you wants to go? As long as we capture Xiaoyang, the rest of the people will not be a problem. My White Tiger dynasty will definitely not mistreat you. I promise that whoever captures Xiaoyang will be conferred the title of Marquis of 10,000 households." His hundreds of followers immediately went into an uproar. Each and every one of them was extremely excited and restless. Not long after, someone stepped forward and asked, "First Prince, is this true?" Zhao Baihu said, This prince is a man of his word. All right, I, Yi Tiancheng, am willing to fight for the first prince. Yi Tiancheng walked out and looked straight at Xiaoyang. He said provocatively, Xiaoyang, I am willing to fight you for fame and fortune. Do you dare to accept the challenge? Xiaoyang chuckled and said disdainfully, Yi Tiancheng, you are no match for me. Why are you being used by others? Yi Tiancheng said, I am originally a member of the White Tiger dynasty and have followed the first prince for many years. Now that I have the chance to be conferred the title of Marquis, of course I have to cherish it. Even if I die, I will have no regrets. Even if I die, I will have no regrets. Xiaoyang said, Then I will fulfill your wish. Xiaoyang circulated his cultivation and formed a seal with both hands. He used the heavenly finger. As he pointed his finger, an invisible ripple spread out and instantly spread towards Yi Tiancheng. Yi Tiancheng also immediately unleashed his strongest cultivation and set up layers of defense. At the same time, he controlled his Dharma treasure to attack Xiaoyang. However, whether it was his Dharma treasure or his physical body, when the ripples swept over, they were instantly crushed into pieces. In less than half a breath's time, Yi Tiancheng was completely destroyed. Not even a speck of dust was left. This shocking scene shocked many people, causing them to be wary and not dare to rashly fight. One had to know that Yi Tiancheng's cultivation was not low to begin with. He had reached the 8th level of Wu Zun. He did not even have the time to resist or dodge before he was directly killed by Xiaoyang. How could anyone with lower cultivation dare to provoke him? Yi Tiancheng's death dealt a heavy blow to their morale. Li Xuanwu said, Is there anyone from King Wu's dynasty who wants to fight? They will also be conferred the title of Marquis of 10,000 households and will be rewarded with 10,000 taels of gold. First prince, I will fight. Even if I die, I will not let the prestige of King Wu's dynasty fall. Xian Jizi slowly walked out with a determined expression. He walked toward Xiaoyang with the determination to die and said, Xiaoyang, I, Xian Jizi, will fight with you regardless of life or death. He released the terrifying aura of Wu Zun's 9th level and used a shocking martial technique. He condensed a shocking saber light, which was 100 feet long, and slashed down at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang shook his head and said disdainfully, I'll fulfill your loyalty. Then he took out his Dharma treasure, the Axe of Destiny. Under his control, the Axe of Destiny flowed with green light and soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it became 100 feet long and slashed down. Accompanied by a rumbling explosion, Xian Jizi turned into a cloud of blood mist. The two sides were not on the same level at all. Following Xian Jizi's death, LV Qiaodong and the others' confidence collapsed. Many people's hearts wavered. Although they wanted to rely on the two princes for a better future, they had to protect their lives first. Before coming to the Immortal Mountain, they had heard of Xiaoyang's terrifying strength. He had the upper hand against the 8 King Wu alone. It seemed that the rumor was true. Those who were not at King Wu's level did not have the right to challenge Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang released King Wu's aura and said majestically, Who else wants to come out? Get out if you don't want to die. Following this roar, 90% of the people immediately left. First prince, something went wrong with my cultivation. I'll heal myself first. First prince, I suddenly have something to take care of. I'll take my leave first. Many people said their goodbyes and left one after another. This made Zhao Baihu, Li Xuanwu, and LV Qiaodong's expressions turn ugly. The remaining 10% were their confidants. Among them, there were 2 King Wu level figures and more than 10 Wu Zun level 9 powerhouses. This powerful lineup was enough to dominate the firmament realm. Unfortunately, they had encountered Xiaoyang. Although Xiaoyang was a King Wu, he was also a double King Wu. His cultivation was a King Wu and his physical body was a King Wu. His physical body had even reached the 2nd level. Following this, Zhao Baihu and Li Xuanwu did not have the confidence to take down Xiaoyang. LV Xiaodong, I've shown you my power now. What can you do to me? Your grandfather, LV Bulong, once came to me and asked me to let you off for provoking me in the Heaven and Earth Pavilion. I agreed to it. However, we'll settle the score slowly today. Chapter 1225. Xiaoyang said calmly with a mocking look in his eyes. This immediately made LV Xiaodong panic and his mind tremble. He hurriedly said to the two princes, Your Highness, Xiaoyang can't be allowed to live. Otherwise, there will be endless trouble. Zhao Baihu and Li Xuanwu frowned. Of course. They knew that Xiaoyang was not to be trifled with. They also wanted to deal with Xiaoyang, but the problem was that they were no match for Xiaoyang now. They might even be dealt with by Xiaoyang. After thinking about it, they unanimously decided to abandon LV Xiaodong. Zhao Baihu stood out and smiled at Xiaoyang. Brother Xiaoyang, it was a misunderstanding just now. We were completely tricked by LV Xiaodong and had no intention of going against you. I hope you can understand. Li Xuanwu also cupped his fists and said, Fellow Xiaoyang, all of this was LV Xiaodong's attempt to sow discord and destroy our friendship. I think you're a wise person and shouldn't be deceived. LV Xiaodong's expression changed drastically. He knelt on the ground and said, Your Highness, don't abandon me. We agreed to deal with Xiaoyang together. How can you do this? He didn't dare to imagine what would happen if he fell into Xiaoyang's hands. It would definitely be a fate worse than death. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have provoked Xiaoyang. However, it was too late for regrets now. Xiaoyang narrowed his eyes, revealing killing intent. Well, since LV Xiaodong is so evil, how do you plan to deal with him? He was forcing Zhao Baihu and Li Xuanwu to kill LV Xiaodong. This caused Zhao Baihu and Li Xuanwu's expressions to change. Their expressions became serious. If Xiaoyang killed LV Xiaodong, it would not affect them much. If they did it themselves, it would only cause dissension among their subordinates. After all, LV Xiaodong had put in a lot of effort in order to deal with Xiaoyang. He was a loyal lackey. If such a loyal person was killed, who would follow them in the future? When LV Xiaodong saw the two first princes' conflicted and melancholic expressions, he became even more flustered. He could tell that the two first princes were struggling in their hearts. This meant that the two first princes had the intention to kill in order to protect themselves. Your Highness, please don't be deceived by Xiaoyang. He is trying to weaken our strength and drive a wedge between us. If I am killed, you will follow in his footsteps. LV Xiaodong hurriedly cried and tried to persuade Zhao Baihu and Li Xuanwu. However, Zhao Baihu and Li Xuanwu didn't believe him. They only believed that LV Xiaodong had said that to protect himself. Although they couldn't deal with Xiaoyang, if Xiaoyang wanted to deal with them, they weren't to be trifled with. At the very least, they still had the two King Wus. Xiaoyang sneered when he saw how hesitant they were. He said, Zhao Baihu, Li Xuanwu, get your protectors to come out. We'll settle our grudges today. He unleashed King Wu's might. The powerful aura crushed Zhao Baihu and Li Xuanwu's bodies, making them feel strained. At the same time, their guardians, King Wu, also unleashed their King Wu's aura to counteract Xiaoyang's attack. From the looks of it, the two sides were about to fight again. Come. Let me see what you're capable of. Back then, even the Martial King bodyguards of the White Tiger Marshal and the Black Tortoise Marshal were unable to do anything to me. Aren't you two, the protectors of the first prince, more powerful? Xiaoyang said calmly, gradually gathering his battle intent. Li Xuanwu and Zhao Baihu's two King Wu's guardians didn't show any weakness. After a cold snort, they also gradually increased their auras. Their auras also climbed to the peak, contending with Xiaoyang's. From the looks of it, they were about to fight. LV Xiaodong was happy. He couldn't wait for them to start fighting. His eyes were almost shining, because only if they completely fell out would he have a chance to live. Otherwise, he would only be abandoned. Seeing that they were about to fight, Zhao Baihu and Li Xuanwu suddenly shouted, "Stop!" There too King Wu's guardians hurriedly stopped. Zhao Baihu and Li Xuanwu both felt that they had no chance of winning against Xiaoyang, so they decided to compromise and stop fighting. After a while, they said in unison, "Take LV Xiaodong down. This guy ruined our relationship with Xiao Yang's brother. His crime is unforgivable." Their subordinates didn't hesitate at all and immediately charged toward LV Xiaodong. LV Xiaodong, who was still secretly feeling smug, was immediately dumbfounded. This change was too fast, and he couldn't accept it. "Don't, great prince!" He hurriedly begged Zhao Baihu and Li Xuanwu for mercy. However, the two great princes ignored his cries and turned a blind eye. Immediately afterward, they heard LV Xiaodong's blood-curdling screams. Not long after, LV Xiaodong was completely killed. Zhao Baihu and Li Xuanwu looked coldly at Xiaoyang. "Xiaoyang, are you satisfied now?" "Of course I am." Xiaoyang's lips curled up. He had already recorded the scene just now. Then he activated a long-distance transmission array and teleported back to planet Vermilion Bird's ministry of official Lu Belong. When LV Belong found out about the situation at the Celestial Mountain and found out that his grandson had been killed by the two first princes, his eyes immediately popped out. They were filled with astonishingly great fury, and he stood up abruptly. A powerful and tyrannical shock wave burst out from his body, blasting the items in the study into smithereens. "You two bastards! How dare you kill my grandson? I will never forgive you." A thunderous roar filled with astonishing fury soared into the sky. Afterward, Lu Bulong quickly requested an audience with Emperor Zhu Qingquan and informed him of the situation on the Immortal Mountain. Zhu Qingquan was also extraordinarily furious. He declared that he would make Zhao Baihu and Li Xuanwu pay a heavy price before consoling Lu Bulong. On the Immortal Mountain, Li Xuanwu and Zhao Baihu left with their men. "Let's go." The group reluctantly left. Further away, the spectators also immediately distanced themselves. They did not dare to provoke the two great princes, nor did they dare to appear before Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang looked at the gloomy Xiaolinger and explained, "Don't worry, I said that I would take care of them. I will definitely take care of them before leaving the Immortal Mountain." Xiaolinger felt a little better. They planned to continue into the Tai Cave abode to check on the situation. Chun Pingan shouted, "Wait a moment, there seems to be news from the Imperial Court." He took out a glowing item from his storage ring. It was the Imperial Court's official seal. He opened it and saw a message. "Dear Minister, tell Prince Consort Xiaoyang that he must kill Zhao Baihu and Li Xuanwu on the Immortal Mountain. This matter is not to be spread." Chun Pingan was startled for a moment before relaying this message to Xiaoyang. Everyone present was trustworthy, so they all saw this message at the same time. Chapter 1226. Butler Chen laughed. "Even His Majesty is angry at Zhao Baihu and Li Xuanwu. It seems like their deaths have arrived." Xiao Ling revealed a smile. "Who told Zhao Baihu and Li Xuanwu to bully her at the Dragon Phoenix Inn?" "Of course. She wanted to take revenge." Xiaoyang said, "Enter the cave and take a look. I will help you guard outside in case someone tries to harm you." After all, the cave was exposed and Li Xuanwu, Zhao Baihu and the others knew about it. If they all entered, they might cause trouble. He had to be careful. Chun Pingan, Go Zi and Butler Chen were stunned. They looked at Xiaoyang emotionally. This was one of the fortuitous encounters of the Celestial Mountain. This cave definitely had some benefits that were passed down from the ancient times. Xiaoyang directly guarded them and allowed them to enter to obtain fortuitous encounters. This made them so grateful that they didn't know what to say. "Stop being so pretentious. Go in." Xiaoyang looked at their expressions and knew what they wanted to express. Go Zi's eyes were wet. He didn't say a word and followed Chen Pingan and Xiaolinger in. "Great-grandmother, you go in too. Watch over them." Xiao Yang instructed. Xiao Yang alone was enough to watch the outside of the cave. There might still be dangers inside, so he needed a martial king to protect him. Lin Shiyun nodded and followed in. Roughly half a day passed. Zhao Baihu and Li Xuanwu, who had left, returned and appeared in front of Xiao Yang. They originally wanted to take advantage of the time when Xiao Yang's group entered the cave and blow up the cave from the outside, killing Xiao Yang's group inside. But they didn't expect that Xiao Yang would be willing to guard outside alone. This surprised them. Xiao Yang laughed coldly and said with interest, "Why? Do you want to die?" Zhao Baihu and Li Xuanwu instantly felt awkward. Although Lin Shiyun and the others entered the cave, they still didn't dare to provoke Xiao Yang. "It's a misunderstanding. We were worried that you would be attacked by the demon race, so we specially came to take a look. Since you are fine, we will leave now." Zhao Baihu and Li Xuanwu hurriedly left. As he left, he was cursing. It was a pity that he had wasted this good fortune. Although there were many ancient ruins in the Celestial Mountain, it wasn't easy to find them. It required great, fortuitous encounters and luck. Moreover, there were many dangers, so they didn't dare to rashly. Originally, there were still many people who had designs on the Supreme One Cave, but after seeing Zhao Baihu and Li Xuanwu leave, they did not dare to offend Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang waited at the entrance of the cave for a few days. The 7th day, Xiao, Lin Shiyun, and the others came out. Each obtained their own fortuitous encounters. Judging from their cultivation auras, they had all made great progress. Chan Pingan said, "Alchemist Xiao, these are the cultivation techniques, pills, and magic treasures I obtained inside. I'll give them all to you. I broke through a level in my cultivation inside. This is a great fortune. I'm already satisfied." Xiao Yang shook his head and said, "All right, keep it. I don't lack these things." Xiao Yang really didn't care about ancient things. As the eternal poison, venerable in his previous life, what did he not have? Since it's been plundered clean, let's go. Xiao Yang led them away and continued to walk on the Celestial Mountain. Those who had waited for several days saw Xiao Yang and the others leave. Their eyes lit up and they were excited as they hurriedly rushed into the greater One Cave abode. Although Xiao Yang's people had already plundered everything inside, it was hard to guarantee that there wouldn't be anything left behind. Even if there were some leftovers, it was enough to satisfy them. Even Zhao Baihu and Li Xuanwu were tempted. They ordered, "You guys go and stop these people. We'll go in and take a look first." Thus, their people immediately rushed to the entrance of the cave abode and stopped those people, saying, "We're worried that there's danger inside. For your safety, we'll go in and take a look first." Everyone was furious at Zhao Baihu and Li Xuanwu's overbearingness, but there was nothing they could do. After all, they had a supreme being on the level of King Wu. Xiao Yang and the others had already gone deep into the Celestial Mountain. They walked a long way. Along the way, they had collected many rare items, as well as many rare medicinal herbs. Before coming to the Celestial Mountain, Qian Wujin had asked Xiao Yang to help him collect some materials. Xiao Yang looked carefully. Other than the demonic pearl that he hadn't encountered, the other materials were mostly collected. "Look, there's blood here," Chun Pingan shouted. Everyone looked over and saw a pool of blood on the ground. It seemed to be human blood. Xiao Yang reminded, "Everyone be careful." Go Zi, who was proficient in intelligence, said, "That blood trail leads to the forest over there. There's probably a terrifying existence inside." Xiao Yang looked in the direction of the forest and sensed it. There's a strong demonic aura there. There's also a terrifying aura. It's probably not easy to provoke. Thus they took a detour. After walking for a while, they saw more blood trails, but no corpses. Their hearts skipped a beat. They felt that something was wrong. Xiao Ling analyzed and said, "It's probably a greater demon that has appeared and carried out a cruel massacre against us." Xiao Yang said calmly, "Don't be nervous. We just have to be careful and try to avoid danger." Xiao Linger said, "But we won't be able to collect the demonic pearl if we do that." Xiao Yang smiled. Life is much more precious than demonic pearls. Let's go. After walking for a while, they felt a huge commotion behind them. They spread out their divine senses and saw Zhao Baihu, Li Xuanwu, and the others approaching the dense forest with dense demonic aura. Lin Shiyin said, "Look, are those people sending themselves to their deaths?" At first glance, there were dozens of people. Apart from the people that Zhao Baihu and Li Xuanwu originally brought, there were also many cultivators gathered. Xiao Yong frowned and pondered for a moment. Let's wait and see. Zhao Baihu, Li Xuanwu, and the others were proudly walking towards the demon forest, full of pride. Brother Xuanwu, if we can borrow the power of the demons this time, Xiao Yang will definitely die. Zhao Baihu said with a smile. Li Xuanwu was also excited. Initially, they could not contact the demons and were enemies with them. However, a few days ago, they received a message from the demons saying that they wanted to cooperate with them. As a result, they were brainless and headed straight for the demon forest. Lin Shiyin, who was watching from the side, heard their conversation and said, "Xiao Yang, it seems like those people are up to no good. They're planning to collude with the demons to harm you." Xiao Yang's lips curled up as he mocked. How can the demons be easy to get along with? They might just be sending themselves to our doorstep. After Zhao Baihu and Li Xuanwu approached the demon forest, they stopped in their tracks. That was because they could not withstand the dense, demonic aura. Chapter 1227. From a distance away, Zhao Baihu shouted in the direction of the demon forest. "Senior of the demon race, we are here on orders to cooperate. Please come out and meet us." As they spoke, the boundless demon chi in the demon forest surged and gradually condensed into a shadow that was 1,000 feet tall. The shadow spoke loudly, and his voice was filled with ruthlessness. "I know some things about you. Give me 20 people, and I will agree to your request." The great demon spoke slowly and was filled with majesty. Zhao Baihu, Li Xuanwu, and the others were a little afraid when they saw the great demon's aura. Li Xuanwu said, "Great demon, why do you want to eat people so easily? We have high-grade spirit stones, dharma treasures, and spirit wine. These are all good things." Unless he had no choice, he didn't want to sacrifice those who followed him. "Noisy!" The great demon roared and condensed a demon chi palm that slapped Li Xuanwu's face. There was a loud slap. Li Xuanwu was sent flying, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. If the great demon hadn't held back, Li Xuanwu would have been slapped to death here. "How dare you!" Li Xuanwu's Dao protector roared and released King Wu's aura, wanting to attack. However, a strange power was released from the demonic forest, which struck his body and sent him flying. This scene caused everyone to be aghast. They really didn't expect the great demon to be so powerful. Even Lin Shiyin, who was watching from afar, was shocked. She asked, "Is this great demon so powerful?" Xiao Yang narrowed his eyes and said, "No, this great demon is only at King Wu's cultivation level. The reason why he is so powerful should be because he has some arrangements in the demon forest, such as array formations or other assistants." Xiao Linger said, "Zhao Baihu and the others are really courting death. They actually want to cooperate with the demon race." Chun Pingon, Go Zi, and the others also sneered. Zhao Baihu panicked when he saw that the great demon was angry. He hurriedly said, "Great demon, don't be angry. We didn't mean to offend you. Isn't it just 20 people? As long as you cooperate with us, we can provide even more people. I'm the first prince of the White Tiger dynasty. I can have as many people as I want. The one you sent flying just now was the first prince of the Xian King Wu dynasty. He also has a countless number of people." Keek keek. The great demon let out a strange cry. It was a sound of excitement. "Damn it! Zhao Baihu, you're sending us to our deaths. Zhao Baihu, you bastard! Screw the first prince. How dare you betray the human race? I must have been blind to follow you. Let's go. We don't want to die here for nothing." We don't want to be used by that bastard Zhao Baihu. The latecomers were clamoring to leave. Zhao Baihu sneered and said, "You guys are contributing to the human race. It's your glory. Great demon, aren't you going to enjoy yourself?" The great demon immediately unleashed its demonic power and swept towards the 20-odd humans. When the 20 or so humans who came later sensed the terrifying demonic power, they immediately unleashed their cultivation and tried to escape. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. In the blink of an eye, the 20 or so humans were swept into the demon forest. Then their screams were heard. After a while, there was no movement. It was obvious that those people had been killed. Zhao Baihu, Li Xuanwu, and the others were also shocked. It was the first time they saw the brutality of the demon race. If it weren't for the cooperation, Zhao Baihu would have run away. He could only brace himself and say, "Great demon, since I've given you the people, shouldn't we talk about the cooperation?" The great demon let out an unpleasant sound. He sent out shining pearls from the demon forest. There were more than 20 of them. He said, "Take these demon pearls and leave." Hiss! It was actually a demon bead. Lin Shiyin and Xiao Linger couldn't help but gasp. Their hearts pounded as they looked at the shining beads. Qian Wujin had once asked Xiao Yang to find a demon bead. In the past half a month, this was the first time they had seen a demon bead on this immortal mountain. They were extremely excited. Compared to their excitement, Zhao Baihu, Li Xuanwu, and the others weren't. They originally wanted to talk about using the great demon's power to kill Xiaoyang. They didn't expect the great demon to misunderstand them and only want the demon beads in exchange. Although the demon beads were precious, they couldn't be compared to human lives. One had to know that those who came to the immortal mountain to participate in the training were all experts above the level of Wu Zun. Most of them were at the 5th or 6th level of Wu Zun. They lost more than 20 in an instant. This was the loss of the human race's strength. Zhao Baihu didn't take the demon beads. Instead, he braced himself and said, "Great demon, we don't want the demon beads. We hope you can help us kill Xiaoyang." The demon forest was silent for a moment. After a long while, the great demon said, "You also have experts at the level of King Wu. You can't kill Xiaoyang. I think Xiaoyang will be difficult to deal with. Find another 100 people. I promise you that I will kill Xiaoyang." Hiss! 100 people. Zhao Baihu and Li Xuanwu felt their teeth hurt. This was not a small number. Although there were thousands of people who came to the immortal mountain training, half a month had passed. Only a few hundred people could survive. Moreover, these few hundred people were scattered everywhere. After all, the immortal mountain was huge, as big as a planet. Perhaps they were hiding in some cave abode to secretly cultivate and obtain fortunes. Where could they find 100 people? Moreover, even if they could find 100 people, Li Xuanwu and Zhao Baihu wouldn't be willing to cooperate. This would be a loss to the human race. The human race could fight among themselves, but betraying them to other races was a different matter. Zhao Baihu said nervously, "Great demon, where are we going to find 100 experts for you? This is impossible." Then scram! The great demon roared and didn't stand on ceremony. Li Xuanwu braced himself and said, "Great demon, we can promise you, but this time you have to kill Xiaoyang first. Then we will find people for you. If this matter is ruined by Xiaoyang, we can't even find 10 people for you, let alone 100. The demon forest was silent for a moment. Next, a powerful wave of demonic energy swept out, instantly sweeping away over 10 of Zhao Baihu and Li Xuanwu's loyal subordinates. Then, they heard the screams of their subordinates. "First Prince, save me." They let out cries for help. Zhao Baihu and Li Xuanwu's faces were ashen. They clenched their fists in anger, but they didn't dare to flare up at the great demon. After the great demon had a full meal, he said, "This is the payment. After I kill Xiaoyang, you have to find the rest." At this point, it was useless even if Li Xuanwu and Zhao Baihu were angry. They could only endure and agree. "All right, then we'll have to trouble you. Chapter 1228. This great demon had gone overboard. It had devoured 30 to 40 of them and still wanted more than 80 people. The petty Zhao Baihu and Li Xuanwu naturally bore a grudge in their hearts. They couldn't wait for the great demon and Xiaoyang to kill each other so that they could take the opportunity to finish him off. The great demon once again condensed into a figure that was hundreds of feet tall. It floated in midair and formed a seal with both hands. Then, a wave spread out from its body and swept through the surroundings. The wave continued to spread, and in the blink of an eye, it had spread tens of thousands of feet. It seemed that it was going to spread throughout the entire planet. This is... Lin Shiyan could see the strangeness of the wave and exclaimed. On the other hand, Xiaolinger, Chen Pingan Go Zi, and the others didn't feel anything strange. Xiaoyang explained that great demon is looking for people. It's looking for us. Then what should we do? Xiaolinger asked. After all, she didn't sense anything, let alone take any targeted measures. Xiaoyang chuckled and said, This is a tree demon. Since he wants to find us, let's meet him. It just so happens that he has the demonic pearl that I need. If Xiaoyang wanted to hide, it would naturally be easy. However, there was no need to. His purpose of coming here was to find the demonic pearl and see if there were any other opportunities. Therefore, when the great demon's wave swept over, their tracks were immediately exposed. Kiki kiki. The tree demon let out an agitated sound again. This sound was very unpleasant. In the next moment, a tree stem protruded out not far from Xiaoyang. Then, more and more tree stems appeared, densely packed. Not long after, a huge tree appeared in front of them. After this big tree appeared, small trees appeared around it one after another. In an instant, a dense forest was formed in a radius of tens of thousands of feet. This dense forest was different from other forests because it was filled with demonic aura. It was obvious that the tree demon of King Wu's level had arrived. Look, it's Xiaoyang and the others. Zhao Baihu, Li Xuanwu, and company were originally surprised by the change in environment. But when they saw Xiaoyang, they immediately came to a realization. Especially when they saw the great Yao appear before Xiaoyang. They were more excited than anyone else. Hence, they unleashed their cultivation and instantly closed in, wanting to see the greater demon deal with Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang, do you know your mistake now? Since you dared to offend us, we'll make you wish you were dead. Great Yao, hurry up and kill him. He is Xiaoyang. The great Yao is truly formidable. He managed to find Xiaoyang the moment he set out. This was because Zhao Baihu and Li Xuanwu's Tao Protector had Xiaoyang's cultivation aura. This was because they had used their cultivation to compete before. Xiaolinger shouted angrily, You are despicable and shameless. How dare you collude with the demon clan? Chen Pingan also snorted coldly. I will definitely report this matter to His Majesty the Emperor. How dare you betray your own kind, betray humans, and collude with the demon clan? Zhao Baihu and Li Xuanwu were not afraid at all. They sneered, You'd better leave alive before saying that. The tree demon used the dense demonic aura to condense a huge figure. He looked down at Xiaoyang and said, Not bad, King Wu level cultivator. If I eat you, my cultivation will definitely break through. The great Yao smacked his lips. Then he opened his bloody mouth and bit down at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang circulated his cultivation and used the great teleportation technique, instantly teleporting Xiaolinger, Lin Shiyan, Qin Pingan, and the others to another place. Then he faced the great Yao alone. A mere tree demon dares to cause trouble in front of me? You're courting death. Xiaoyang unleashed the power of a stage 2 King Wu physical body. Relying on his strong physical body, he suddenly punched at the tree demon's main body. The huge mouth formed by the tree demon suddenly collapsed. Immediately after, the huge tree trembled, shaking off many leaves. Xiaoyang's punch hit the tree demon's main body. The tree demon let out a tragic howl. With the naked eye, the originally lush green leaves instantly turned yellow. How dare you, human? It wasn't easy for me to recover some vitality, but you've completely ruined it again. The great Yao roared. Following this, he activated countless tree trunks. These tree trunks were like whips, but they were also like snakes. They swayed in the air and lashed toward Xiaoyang. You want to provoke me with such a small trick? Xiaoyang snorted and took out the mid-level heavenly fire. The mid-level heavenly fire burned and instantly turned the land thousands of feet into a sea of fire, releasing an astonishingly high temperature. Countless trees and tree stems were burned. Ah! The great Yao let out a tragic howl. That was because his nemesis was fire. If it was an ordinary fire, he could still put it out. The problem was that it was a mid-level heavenly fire. He could not do anything about it and could only let the mid-level heavenly fire burn. In the end, he could not bear the torment and directly abandoned the huge tree and attached himself to a small tree, leaving the place in an instant and running back to the demon forest. That was how he escaped. Although he managed to escape, his vitality had been greatly damaged. Humph, I'll settle the score with you later. After seeing the tree demon escape, Xiaoyang was not in a hurry to chase after it. He put away the intermediate heavenly flame and looked at Zhao Baihu, Li Xuanwu, and the others with ugly expressions. He said with a smile that was not a smile, Zhao Baihu, Li Xuanwu, your wild ambitions and evil schemes can be said to have used all your killing moves. Zhao Baihu and Li Xuanwu's expressions changed and revealed timid expressions. Brother Xiaoyang, this is actually a misunderstanding. We just want to lure the great Yao out so that you can kill it. They explained reluctantly. Xiaoyang sneered and said, Do you think I'll believe your nonsense? Besides, you've sacrificed so many humans. Just this crime alone cannot be forgiven. Xiaoyang, how dare you offend our crown prince? The two guardians, King Wu, stood out and confronted Xiaoyang. Zhao Baihu and Li Xuanwu also knew that they could not avoid this time. There had to be a result between them and Xiaoyang. Therefore, they also went all out and said loudly, Xiaoyang, fine. Since you don't want to let us go, we don't want to let you go either. Let's have a fight. Both sides did not need to say anything else and directly started fighting. The two martial kings unleashed their unparalleled power and displayed their shocking martial skills, instantly charging toward Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang's expression was full of disdain. He unleashed his stage 2 king, Wu physical body cultivation, and valiantly charged forward. Just the strength of his physical body alone destroyed their divine abilities and martial skills. Then he punched through the air, and a huge burst of physical strength directly crushed the two guardians, King Wu, into a bloody mist. This was the power of a stage 2 king, Wu physical body. Zhao Baihu, Li Xuanwu, do you still want to jump around now? Xiaoyang withdrew his cultivation and slowly descended. He landed in front of the two people and looked at them mockingly. Chapter 1229. Zhao Baihu and Li Xuanwu were about to pee their pants. They really didn't expect Xiaoyang to be so strong. With the strength of his physical body, he had almost torn the great demon to shreds, forcing it to flee for its life. After that, he had easily killed the two martial king realm guardians. Oh my God, he wasn't human at all. These two guardians were sent by the imperial court to protect them because they were worried about their safety. Now, because of what they did, they actually died here. Not to mention whether or not they could leave the Celestial Mountain alive. Even if they could, when they returned to their respective dynasties, they would definitely be scolded and scolded. If it was serious, they might even lose their crown prince status. What they did was too embarrassing. They even betrayed the human race and colluded with the monster. Looking at how Xiaoyang was laughing coldly like he was looking at a dead person, they were so scared that they nearly fainted. Xiao Linger executed her movement technique and flew over gracefully. She instantly arrived beside Xiaoyang and looked down at Zhao Baihu and Li Xuanwu as she said coldly, Come on, the two of you. Why don't you continue playing with me? Zhao Baihu and Li Xuanwu saw the girl who played with them at Longfeng Tea House and were about to cry. It seemed like their grievances with Xiao Yang wasn't just because of the princess-prince consort, but also because of this girl. Lin Shiyun came over and looked at the two of them. Her face was filled with disgust, and she said coldly, "Didn't you say that you liked me at the entrance of the Tai Cave? Now, which one of you is going to enjoy it?" All of his enemies had come looking for him. Zhao Baihu and Li Xuanwu knelt on the ground. They didn't care anymore as they were afraid. Chen Pingon, Go Zi, and Butler Chen walked over and looked at the two of them with a mocking expression. Before this, the two of them used their identities as the crown prince and the envoy to be so arrogant and bully others. Let's see how they can still be so arrogant now. Crown princes, aren't you arrogant? Why are you trembling here? When you came to threaten me, you were so arrogant. Chen Pingon didn't mind doing one or two things like adding insult to injury and gloating over others' misfortune. Senior Xiaoyang, we were wrong. Miss, we admit our wrongs. Please forgive us. Big Brother Ping, and you're our Big Brother from now on. Please advise Big Brother Xiaoyang not to kill us. Zhao Baihu and Li Xuanwu tossed their dignity to the 9 heavens as they hurriedly wagged their tails and begged for mercy. They wanted to survive first. Chen Pingon sneered and turned around. He was too lazy to deal with the 2 drowning dogs. With their characters, Chen Pingon had long disliked them. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't beat them, he would have already made a move on them. Now that they had received Zhu Qingquan's kill order, no one could save them. Xiao Yang was too lazy to talk nonsense with them. With a flip of his hand, he slapped down. Tyrannical physical strength spread out and bombarded their bodies. They groaned and felt as if they had been hit by an immemorial mountain. Their whole body felt like it was falling apart. It was very uncomfortable. Then they found that their cultivation had been abolished, and they couldn't use any spiritual power. Ling, or don't you want revenge? I'll leave it to you. Xiao Yang said lightly. Okay. Xiao Linger was instantly pleased. Xiao Ling was very depressed and unhappy about the fact that Xiao Yang had let them off a few times before. Finally, the day had come when she could end them. It was indescribably satisfying. Zhao Baihu, Li Xuanwu, you guys are so arrogant. Come on, continue playing. Didn't you guys want to use your status as the first prince to raise me? Look at you guys, you don't even look like humans. How are you going to raise me like this? Xiao Linger squatted down and looked at their miserable appearances. Zhao Baihu and Li Xuanwu felt very embarrassed and wished that they could find a hole to hide in. It was all their fault for being too high profile. Now that they had fallen into the hands of a plaything, they could only be played and humiliated. Miss, we really took a fancy to you and sincerely pursued you, so our methods were a little overbearing. Please spare our lives. Zhao Baihu and Li Xuanwu didn't have as much backbone as Xiao Linger. Previously, when Xiao Linger was being humiliated in the Longfeng Tea House, she had the idea of self-destructing and dying together with them. On the other hand, when it was Zhao Baihu and Li Xuanwu's turn to be in such a situation, they only wanted to live and didn't think of being tough at all. Xiao Ling fiercely looked down on them, snorted lightly, and said, "White fox, they're your dinner." Her pet beast instantly jumped out and squeaked a few times. When its gaze landed on the two of them, its eyes lit up with greed. Then it opened its mouth and swallowed the two of them in an instant. Following the death of Li Xuanwu and Zhao Baihu, it caused a huge commotion in the White Tiger dynasty and King Wu's dynasty. The Taoist priest in charge of guarding the imperial ancestral temple was the first to discover that the first prince's life tablet had shattered. His expression changed drastically, and he immediately reported this matter to the emperor. King Wu and King Baihu were furious and couldn't believe it. In the Songmin territory, someone actually dared to kill their eldest son. Thus, the Stage 2 King Wu cultivators immediately ordered an investigation. This investigation led them to the Immortal Mountain. They had a special method to rewind the incident so all the officials and generals in the imperial court could see the scene of Li Xuanwu and Zhao Baihu being killed. The Black Tortoise King and the White Tiger King quickly reached an agreement. They left the kingdom one after another, each leading 3 martial kings to the Celestial Mountain. In other words, they had mobilized a total of 8 King Wu cultivators. Among them, King Wu and King Baihu were stage 2 King Wu cultivators. No matter how powerful Xiaoyang was, it would be difficult for him to escape from their encirclement. Moreover, Xiaoyang still had to protect Xiaolinger, Qin Pingan, and the others. No matter how one looked at it, Xiaoyang was doomed. However, Xiaoyang and the others on the Immortal Mountain didn't realize this danger. After dealing with Zhao, Baihu, Li Xuanwu, and the others, they all heaved a sigh of relief. It was as if their greatest enemy had been eliminated and there was nothing to worry about. However, Go Zi, who was in charge of intelligence, suddenly paled. He hurriedly checked the information in his storage ring. After reading the contents of the information, his expression became serious. He said, "Not good. The White Tiger dynasty and King Wu's dynasty have made a big move. King Wu and King Baihu each led 3 King Wu cultivators and left the imperial court. According to my guess, the matter of the Immortal Mountain must have been exposed and they are coming directly for us." Everyone's expressions changed when they heard this news. King Wu cultivators were stage 2, and there were 6 King Wu cultivators following them. The situation suddenly became extremely grim. Although Xiaoyang's physical body was comparable to King Wu's stage 2, it would be difficult for him to deal with 2 King Wu cultivators at the same time. Moreover, there were 6 King Wu cultivators helping them. Even if Xiaoyang had 3 heads and 6 arms, he wouldn't be able to deal with them. In the end, the unlucky ones would be the weak ones. Chapter 1230. Xiaoyang narrowed his eyes, also sensing the severity of the situation all of a sudden. He knew that anyone with the word king in their name would not have a weak cultivation base. Previously, when he was roaming around the Azure Dragon planet, he encountered the King Wu Rank 2 Azure Dragon King. Therefore, Xian King Wu and White Tiger King should also be King Wu Rank 2 Strength. In addition, the other party had a large number of people coming. They were probably not a match. In order to face the impending crisis, looks like he had to think of a way. Xiaoyang's gaze looked towards the demon forest, his eyes swiveling. No one knew what he was thinking. Everyone's expression was also solemn, maintaining silence. After a long time, Xiaoyang slowly opened his mouth and said, "The tree demon has already suffered heavy injuries. I plan to enter the demon forest to deal with him." And everyone looked at Xiaoyang in confusion. Now that the Xian King Wu dynasty and White Tiger dynasty's King Wu powerhouses were coming for revenge, he still had the time to enter the demon forest to find trouble with the great demon now. Xiaoyang naturally understood their doubts. Thinking for a while, he explained, "The best way to break out of this situation right now is to increase my own strength. Apart from the strength that I control that is trustworthy, everything else is not reliable." Xiaolinger, Chun Pingan, and the rest came to a realization. Looks like Xiaoyang was planning to enter the demon forest to search for opportunities. Chun Pingan said, "Alchemist Xiao, you go then. Be careful." Lin Shiyan said, "I'll stay here to watch them. No one should come and offend us for a while." After all, she was also a powerful existence on the level of King Wu. The remaining cultivator groups were not considered powerful either. Plus, Xiaoyang made a great name for himself previously. Basically, no one dared to provoke him. Xiaoyang nodded and said, "All right then. You all take care. I'll come out as soon as possible." After saying that, Xiaoyang executed his movement technique and instantly disappeared into the demon forest. Regarding Xiaoyang's actions, it naturally fell into the eyes of many people. Those many cultivator groups were in disbelief and cried out in surprise, "Look, what is Xiaoyang doing? To actually enter the demon forest alone, isn't this courting death?" The Yao energy in the Yao forest is thick. Even experts like us would find it hard to resist the suppression of the Yao energy. Xiao Yang's actions are no different from suicide. Many people participated in the discussion. At the same time, many pairs of eyes fell on Lin Shiyin, Xiao Linger, Qin Pingan, and the others. Their eyes were filled with greed. Because Xiao Linger, Qin Pingan, and the others were the first to enter the Tai Yi Immortal Cave, they must have obtained many treasures from the Tai Yi Immortal Cave. After those people saw Xiaoyang leave, they couldn't help but feel disgusted. But for the time being, no one made a move. Xiaoyang had already entered the demonic forest. The demonic aura in the demonic forest was extremely dense, more than 10 times that of the outside world. In such a place, it was very advantageous for the demons to fight, but not for the humans. However, Xiaoyang was a special existence. He immediately activated the first and second volumes of the Heavenly Book, and in an instant he absorbed a huge amount of demonic aura. The originally majestic, rolling demonic aura was absorbed by him, and even the overall demonic aura in the demonic forest became much thinner. As Xiaoyang absorbed the demonic aura, his King Wu cultivation showed signs of loosening. It seemed that he was about to break through. The moment Xiaoyang entered the Yao forest, the tree demon immediately noticed Xiaoyang's movements. The tree demon wanted to take revenge for the punch from before and slowly approached. Although he was heavily injured and his strength was greatly reduced in the demon forest, he could fight against those of a higher cultivation level. His combat power would be doubled. He also knew that once a human entered the demon forest, their strength would be suppressed. Therefore, he was 70 to 80% confident that he could kill Xiaoyang. Just as he was about to make a move, he immediately noticed Xiaoyang's movements. The demonic aura around Xiaoyang suddenly became thin. This made the tree demon dumbfounded. He was in disbelief and was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out. He hurriedly retreated and distanced himself from Xiaoyang. He felt that Xiaoyang was too strange and too terrifying. He could even absorb demonic aura. Wasn't this the talent of the demons? How could he have it too? Fortunately, the tree demon retreated quickly. Otherwise, he would have exposed his tracks. However, what he did not expect was that Xiaoyang had already discovered his tracks when he sneaked over. Tree demon, you're here and you want to leave? Xiaoyang opened his eyes, and there was a glow in his eyes. He looked at the tree demon and sneered. Then he unleashed his King Wu cultivation and used a martial arts technique to attack the tree demon. There was a loud boom. The light of the martial arts technique directly blasted a huge pit where the tree demon was. The tree demon exclaimed and hurriedly used his movement technique to escape. At this moment, Xiaoyang immediately used the greater teleportation technique and directly teleported the tree demon out. The reason why he did not use the greater teleportation technique at the beginning was because he could not really determine the tree demon's location. The tree demon was instantly teleported in front of Xiaoyang, and Xiaoyang suppressed him with a flip of his hand. Ah! The tree demon let out a scream. His body almost withered by more than half. Senior, please spare me, please spare me. The tree demon hurriedly begged for mercy. Xiaoyang sneered. His lips curled into a cruel curve as he said, "Hand over the demonic orb you have." The tree demon did not dare to delay and hurriedly handed over the demon pearls on his body. There were hundreds of them. Xiaoyang accepted these demon pearls and was satisfied. Then he ordered, "Let's go. Take me deep into the demon forest, to the place with the densest demon aura. Also, introduce the situation of the demon forest." The tree demon panted heavily and looked very weak. At this time he did not dare to underestimate him and hurriedly said, "Senior, I don't know much about the demon forest. I'm limited to this area. However, there is a neighbor vine demon. That guy's cultivation is not weak, reaching the second stage of King Wu, so I don't dare to get close. The demon aura where he is naturally denser, but it's also very dangerous." Xiaoyang pondered and said, "Very well, take me there." Of course, you don't need to get close. After you take me there, you can leave. The tree demon hesitated for a moment and agreed. All right then. He was somewhat unwilling. After all, he did not want to provoke the vine demon. But now that his life was in Xiaoyang's hands, he could not resist. Reluctantly, he led Xiaoyang forward. After walking for a while, the tree demon stopped and said, "The vine demon's range is 10,000 feet ahead." Xiaoyang naturally knew what he was thinking and said, "Well, I promise to let you go. Go. But if I find out that you have evil intentions, don't blame me for being rude. Also, help me pay attention to my friend's movements. If there's any news, send it to me." The tree demon hurriedly agreed and quickly left, in case Xiaoyang went back on his word. Xiaoyang released his divine sense, which covered a radius of 100,000 feet. Soon, he captured the vine demon's aura. Because the vine demon's aura was very strong, it was difficult not to notice it in the canyon where the demon aura was the densest. Chapter 1231. Wu. Human? When Xiaoyang's divine sense swept over, it immediately alerted the vine demon. It seemed that the vine demon was quite sensitive. "How dare you disturb my sleep? You're courting death." The vine demon in the canyon snorted coldly. Immediately, a huge vine appeared in the sky above the canyon. It was infinitely long and as thick as a bucket. It instantly whipped towards Xiaoyang's position. Boom! Where the vine landed, a crack that was more than 10 feet wide and more than 10 feet long appeared. Fortunately, Xiaoyang dodged quickly. Otherwise, he would have been slapped into the crack. This vine demon was indeed ferocious and ruthless. It attacked at the slightest disagreement. Xiaoyang, who was floating in the air, said faintly, "Vine demon, I came here with no evil intentions. I just want to use this place to cultivate for a while. Don't be angry." Deceitful human. You think I'll believe you? You're courting death. The vine demon roared and instantly launched dozens of vines. Each vine was full of explosive power. They instantly slashed toward Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang frowned. He waved one hand and took out the immortal sword. "Watch my sword skills. Otherwise, you'll think I'm afraid of you." Xiaoyang firmly controlled the immortal sword and slashed out dozens of incomparably sharp sword rays. The sharp sword lights slashed at the vines, cutting countless vines. The broken vines fell to the ground and were still wriggling nonstop. It was a ghastly sight. Ah, damned human! The vine demon was in pain and slightly injured. It couldn't help but roar in anger. Xiaoyang stood with his sword and coldly stared at the canyon. He said, "Vine demon, don't blame me for being ruthless if you don't stop." As he spoke, he directly took out the mid-level heavenly fire. In this lush forest, once the mid-level heavenly fire raged. Even King Wu of the 3rd level would die without a burial place, let alone a 2nd-level vine demon of the King Wu. The vine demon immediately gave in and compromised. "Human, I won't argue with you. Hurry up." After leaving behind these helpless words, the vine monster went back to sleep. The corners of Xiaoyang's mouth curled up as he said, "Vine demon, you forced me to make a move just now and made me reveal many of my techniques. If you don't give me some benefits as an apology, you won't go, right?" With a smack, the vine demon whipped a vine on the cliff of the canyon and roared, "Human, don't go too far!" Xiaoyang said, "Just give me some demonic pearls, I'm not greedy. Besides, these demonic pearls are very ordinary to you." The vine monster thought for a moment and found that it made sense. It was just demon beads. Places with dense demon chi would have many demon beads condensed, just like human cultivators' spirit stones. He did not refuse and directly handed over hundreds of demonic pearls, saying, "Human, do not disturb me anymore." After Xiaoyang accepted the demonic pearl, he promised, "I'll leave once I'm done cultivating. During this period of time, don't try anything funny. Otherwise, you'll be in for a treat." He flew up and chose another location with dense demonic chi. It was a call in the mountains. Then he sat down cross-legged and channeled his cultivation technique to continuously absorb and refine the demonic qi. The heaven-devouring poison supreme technique and the heaven-devouring poison tyrannical technique were fully displayed at this moment. As Xiaoyang channeled his cultivation technique, the demonic qi in the area instantly gathered toward Xiaoyang and was all absorbed by Xiaoyang. Because Xiaoyang was devouring very fiercely, the demonic qi revolved around Xiaoyang and formed a vortex in the center. This huge commotion alarmed the vine demon again. The vine demon released his divine sense to check on Xiaoyang's movements and was shocked. He did not expect Xiaoyang to absorb demonic qi so terrifyingly that it even surpassed him. Real demon. King Wu was not the only one who was shocked. The tree demon, not far away, was also shocked. The reason why the tree demon appeared in the vicinity was firstly to pass on the message, and secondly, it wanted to check on Xiaoyang's situation. It wanted to see if Xiaoyang and the vine monster were both injured, or if one of them was killed. After arriving here, he saw Xiaoyang's vigorous cultivation. The demonic qi of the vine demon was several times denser than that of the tree demon. Xiaoyang was still devouring demonic qi madly, and his momentum was really frightening. After watching Xiaoyang swallow for a while, the tree demon's cultivation aura suddenly changed and became even more terrifying. That was the aura of King Wu's level 2. This meant that Xiaoyang had broken through by absorbing and refining the demonic qi. It was too terrifying. The tree demon trembled with fear, and his soul trembled. Just the prestige of this powerhouse alone made him tremble. This time he really came to the right place. After obtaining the situation of Xiaoling, Qin Pingan, and the others, he was also hesitating whether he should come and inform Xiaoyang. After all, Xiaoyang was very powerful and also belonged to the enemy. He originally wanted to ignore it, but after being taught a lesson by Xiaoyang, he was afraid. Therefore, he sullenly came over. After seeing Xiaoyang's strength break through a realm and reach a new level, he knew that he had made the right bet and saved his life. If he did not come, once Xiaoyang knew that his companions were in trouble, he would definitely vent his anger on the tree demon. After Xiaoyang's cultivation realm broke through to King Wu's level 2, he also breathed a sigh of relief. This time, it was to King Wu's level 2. He could resist and fight. Even if he encountered Xian King Wu or White Tiger King, he did not have to be afraid. After sensing for a while, he sensed the tree demon's aura. Tree demon, why are you sneaking around? Xiaoyang asked sternly without being angry. The tree demon trembled and hurriedly trotted out to report to Xiaoyang, saying, "Senior, your companions have encountered opponents and are fighting hard. My strength is not as strong as before, so I can't help. I can only come to inform you immediately." What he said was only half true. In fact, as long as he relied on the demon forest, he still had the strength to attack. However, if he really used the last attack, he would have no backup plan. In the end, he might anger those two mighty figures and be killed. So the tree demon did not dare to take the risk. Moreover, he was not related to Xiaoyang in any way and could even be considered half an enemy. Why should he risk his life to help Xiaoyang? He would not do this kind of losing business. Being able to inform Xiaoyang was also a kind of goodwill. Xiaoyang stood up and said calmly, "I understand." Then he prepared to leave here and meet King Wu, White Tiger King Wu, and the others. Needless to say, only King Wu and the others could make a move on Lin Shiyun and the others on the Immortal Mountain. Just as Xiaoyang was about to leave, the vine demon said, "That human, you seem to need help. I can help you, but you have to agree to one of my conditions." Xiaoyang thought for a moment. If he could get the help of King Wu's stage 2 vine demon, his chances of winning would definitely increase greatly. However, he still had to see what conditions he would propose. Thus, Xiaoyang asked, "Vine demon, tell me your conditions first." If the vine demon's conditions were too difficult, then Xiaoyang would refuse. After breaking through to King Wu's stage 2, He was confident that he could face two powerhouses of the same level. The Vine Demon said, "I am the king of the demon clan, known as the Demon King. I am restricted to the Immortal Mountain and need to go through a sacrifice to return to the demon realm. Therefore, I hope that you can help to bring a message to the demon realm." Chapter 1232. Xiao Yang frowned and said, "I don't know where the demon realm is, let alone how to get there. Besides, the demons might not believe me." The Vine Monster said, "That's not a problem. As long as you promise to help me deliver the letter, I'll give you the token and the route, and I'll also promise you a generous reward." "Okay, deal." Xiao Yang agreed decisively, because this matter didn't seem difficult. It was just delivering a letter. If he was fast, he could complete this task quickly. In addition, he had an ancient divine dragon that could fly long distances. No matter how far away the place was, he could reach it. "Human, thank you for your promise. I'll go out and help you." The Vine Monster slowly got up. Densely packed vines soared into the sky, covering the entire sky. There was also a majestic demonic aura that rippled and surged. The Vine Monster's body was 1,000 feet in size. He slowly moved out of the demon forest. Although his speed was slow, in fact, it was extremely fast. The tree demon was so scared that he crawled on the ground and was crushed by the Vine Monster's pressure. He said in fear and eagerness, "Demon King, if you can return to the Demon Kingdom, please take me with you." The tree demon had been here for too long and was bored. He only had time to cultivate. If he could meet someone of the same race, he would of course be happy and be willing to return to the embrace of the demon race. The Vine Monster glanced at the tree demon contemptuously and said indifferently and majestically, "Follow me." The tree demon was immediately overjoyed and hurriedly trotted to catch up, saying, "I'm willing to serve the Demon King." Xiao Yang walked at the front. After breaking through to the second stage of King Wu, his origin power, power of laws, and cultivation power had been greatly enhanced. His movement technique and speed had also been substantially improved. As he used his movement technique to move, he was hundreds of thousands of feet away in the blink of an eye. In less than 5 breaths, he walked out of the demon forest. Xiao Yang released his divine consciousness, which spread out like stormy waves and instantly covered more than half of the Immortal Mountain. He instantly locked onto the position of Xiaolinger, Lin Shiyun, Chen Pingan, and the others. He saw Xiaolinger, Lin Shiyun, Chen Pingan, and the others being besieged by hundreds of people. These hundreds of people were all cultivators who came to the Immortal Mountain to train. They were divided into many groups. Behind the hundreds of people, there were 8 King Wus. Among them, Xian King Wu and White Tiger King had the strongest cultivation auras. They hugged their chests and pretended to be asleep. They did not seem to be in a hurry to kill Xiaolinger and the others. Perhaps this was also their way of forcing Xiao Yang to come out. After understanding the situation, Xiao Yang immediately used his movement technique to fly over. In an instant, he was above the battlefield. Then he slowly descended. His aura of a second-order King Wu enveloped the entire area, causing everyone below the level of King Wu to turn pale. Their eyes filled with fear. They all stopped in fear and looked up at Xiao Yang in the sky. Then they immediately lowered their heads, not daring to meet Xiao Yang's gaze. Only they knew how terrifying Xiao Yang was. Before Xiao Yang's cultivation had broken through, he was already able to control their lives. What's more, now that he had broken through to the second-order King Wu, killing them was as easy as stepping on ants. Forgetful things. Have you forgotten how Zhao Baihu, Li Xuanwu, and the others died? Xiao Yang said coldly, his murderous aura leaking out. The hundreds of cultivators were so frightened that they trembled, not daring to make a sound. One of the bolder ones hurriedly explained, "Senior Xiao Yang, we were forced to do this. It was the Black Tortoise King and the White Tiger King who coerced us into doing this. Please forgive us. We are willing to compensate." "Compensate?" Xiao Yang sneered. "What good things can you take out?" Then he raised his hand and pointed a finger. The Ninth Order Wu Zun who spoke was instantly killed, his entire body exploding into a cloud of blood. Many cultivators sucked in a breath of cold air, marveling at Xiao Yang's powerful means. Then they all knelt on the ground, trembling. "This matter I will settle with you later," Xiao Yang said indifferently. Then his gaze fell on Xian Qingwu, White Tiger Qingwu, and the others, calmly sizing them up. Xian Qingwu, White Tiger King, and the others were also calmly sizing up Xiao Yang. After a long time, Xian Qingwu said, "Xiao Yang, you killed my son. This hatred must be avenged." Xiao Yang was fearless and sneered, "Your son wanted to kill me, so I killed him. This is karma." The White Tiger King said mockingly, "What karma? Then I'll kill you. This is karma." Xiao Yang chuckled, "Go ahead." Xian Qingwu and White Tiger King snorted coldly. They had never seen such an arrogant person. One must know that they were the joint forces of Stage 2 King Wu, and there were 6 King Wu behind them. No matter how capable Xiao Yang was, he could only surrender. They did not expect him to be so arrogant. Xiao Yang ignored them. His gaze fell on Lin Shiyin, Xiaolinger, and the others. He checked their injuries and asked with concern, "Are you all okay? How are you? Are you hurt?" Lin Shiyin said, "Fortunately, you came out in time. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to survive." "That's good. Leave this to me. You all step back," Xiao Yang instructed them. Chun Pingon, Go Zi, Xiaolinger, and the others immediately stepped back. They all knew that this was a battle above the level of King Wu. They could not interfere at all. Lin Shiyin did not step back because her strength was at the level of King Wu. She looked at Xiao Yang and said, "You broke through to stage 2 of King Wu?" Xiao Yang smiled and said, "I was lucky." Lin Shiyin congratulated him. At this time, White Tiger King interrupted and said, "Xiao Yang, don't waste time. I will fight you first." After White Tiger King finished speaking, he immediately exploded with an extremely strong aura and used a shocking martial technique to attack Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang was not afraid and said, "Just right, I will test the power of this level." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately activated the poison technique and released the power of poison origin. He condensed the supreme law of poison and released it through the poison martial technique. In the blink of an eye, he created a poison domain. In this domain, he was almost the incarnation of poison. He was like the king of all poisons, controlling all poisons. White Tiger King's expression changed drastically. He was actually brought into the poison domain. The martial technique attack he released was instantly broken by the power of poison origin. In addition, he was also suppressed by the poison rule, and his body began to be attacked by the poison. White Tiger King immediately took out many antidote pills and consumed them together. In addition, he also controlled many defensive magic treasures to form layers of defense around himself to prevent Xiao Yang's poison attack. Xiao Yang sneered and said, "White Tiger King, you still want to live after entering my poison domain? Ridiculous." He unleashed the power of his physical body again and punched at White Tiger King. The huge fist swept through the void and instantly affected White Tiger King's body. It directly shattered the layers of defense on White Tiger King's body and severely injured him. Chapter 1233. The White Tiger King's expression changed drastically. He looked terrified, and his eyes were filled with despair. His strong defense rarely met a match. Even King Wu, who was at the same level as him, found it difficult to break through his defense. However, Xiao Yang actually broke through his defense so easily. One had to know that Xiao Yang was quite young, and his years of cultivation were only 1/10 of theirs. This terrifying growth rate was truly frightening to the extreme. Wah! King Wu could not help but feel a sweet taste in his throat. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Then he flew backward and landed heavily on the ground. The ground trembled, and smoke and dust filled the air. King, king! The 3 King Wu that the White Tiger King brought saw this, and immediately rushed forward worriedly. They looked at the White Tiger King nervously and checked on his condition. King, how are you feeling? Are you okay? My king, let me kill that bastard Xiaoyang. The 3 King Wu level powerhouses were filled with righteous indignation and roared angrily. They were about to rush forward when the White Tiger King coughed twice and stopped them. He said, "All of you stop. You are not his match. Don't die for nothing." The 3 King Wu gave up reluctantly and retreated to the White Tiger King's side again. The White Tiger King took a healing elixir and hurriedly circulated his cultivation to expel the poison in his body. Xiaoyang's poison technique was indeed too powerful. Even a stage 2 King Wu could not withstand it. The 3 King Wu also circulated their cultivation to help the White Tiger King treat his wounds and expel the poison. Xiaoyang's lips curled up. Looking at how busy they were, he sneered and said, "White Tiger King, you came to kill me. Do you think I'm a prey that is willing to die? It's my turn to hunt now." After he finished speaking, he used his movement technique again. His figure flashed and instantly approached the White Tiger King. The White Tiger King and the other 3, who were in the middle of healing themselves and dispelling the poison, were suddenly shocked. They hurriedly stopped healing themselves and then, one after another, launched their defenses, preparing to block Xiaoyang's attack. At that moment, an equally powerful and terrifying qi suddenly descended. Then, King Xuanwu suddenly appeared in front of them and protected them. He said, "Don't worry and recuperate. Leave Xiaoyang to me." The Black Tortoise King knew that the 2 of them were interdependent. If the White Tiger King was killed, then he would be next. Although the 2 empires usually competed with each other, they also cooperated in many areas. Xiaoyang arrived with an extremely imposing aura. It was as if a rainbow had pierced through the sun. Huge waves of qi stirred up dust and leaves that filled the sky. King Wu Xian was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. He immediately circulated his spiritual energy and created a defensive light barrier to protect himself. His feet seemed to be rooted to the ground, standing firmly without moving an inch. The huge wind and qi waves blew so hard that people couldn't open their eyes. Even though King Wu Xian had the protection of a defensive light barrier, he could only squint his eyes. His vision was blurry. Then he saw a figure suddenly appear in front of him. It was Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang approached King Wu Xian and suddenly punched. His punch contained a terrifying destructive power. It was boundlessly violent. This was the full power of King Wu's 2nd stage physical body. It was also the full power of many heaven-grade magic treasures. Bang! The heavy punch landed on King Wu Xian's shield, producing a dull sound. King Wu Xian groaned, and his entire body, along with the shield, was instantly pushed back. He was pushed back dozens of feet. What a powerful force! King Wu Xian's eyes lit up as he exclaimed. He had never met someone with such a powerful physical body. Just the physical strength alone was comparable to King Wu's 2nd stage physical body. Fortunately, he was good at defense and had a heaven-grade magic treasure, the Emperor's Heaven Tower. If he didn't have the heaven-grade Emperor's Heaven Tower, he would have been seriously injured by the attack just now. "Xiaoyang, you're presumptuous." King Wu Xian, who was safe and sound, coldly snorted. He immediately formed a seal with both hands, controlling the Emperor's Heaven Tower to suppress Xiaoyang. The Emperor's Heaven Tower soared into the sky and instantly turned into a 100 feet tall figure, crashing down on Xiaoyang's location with a loud bang. Boom! A huge explosion rang out. Where Xiaoyang was originally standing, there was now a 100 feet deep pit. Around the deep pit, there were many cracks, which was a shocking sight to behold. If Xiaoyang hadn't dodged just now, he would have been injured. This was the terrifying thing about the heaven-grade Emperor's Heaven Tower. It could both defend and attack. Heaven-grade Emperor's Heaven Tower. Not bad, not bad. Xiaoyang, who stopped in midair, looked at the Emperor's Heaven Tower in King Wu Xian's hand and said with a hint of greed, after all, once he had a high-grade magic treasure, his physical body could be strengthened by devouring magic treasures. He was 100% sure that if he could obtain the heaven-grade Emperor's Heaven Tower, his physical body would definitely be strengthened again. He would be a powerful existence comparable to King Wu's third-stage physical body. In the entire Songmin territory and Drifting Cloud territory, he could do whatever he wanted. Just thinking about it made him excited. Xiaoyang had already made up his mind to take the Emperor's Heaven Tower. King Wu Xian saw through Xiaoyang's intentions with a glance and couldn't help but reveal a mocking expression. There were at least 800 people who wanted to take his Emperor's Heaven Tower, if not 1,000, but who could succeed? Most of them had been killed by him. Even the former White Tiger King coveted the Emperor's Heaven Tower. However, after a period of time, the White Tiger King could only give up. This magic treasure is called the Emperor's Heaven Tower. It can attack, defend, and defend. Xiaoyang, as long as you can kill me, you can take it. King Wu Xian said proudly with a hint of mockery in his words. He could be said to have the best defense in the Songmin territory. Even the Azure Dragon King couldn't do anything to him. Therefore, when it came to defense, he was never afraid of anyone. Even if Xiaoyang's abilities weren't weak, he was confident that he could defend. Even if he had to drag it out, he would exhaust Xiaoyang to death. Not to mention that he had the White Tiger King as an ally now. Sure. Xiaoyang chuckled. Then he used his best ability again, the poison domain. The power of the origin of poison and the power of the law of poison were instantly unleashed to the extreme, creating a poison domain. Seeing this, King Wu Xian's eyes couldn't help but shrink. He was secretly shocked. His expression was a little serious, and he wanted to escape immediately. This was because he knew that Xiaoyang was an expert in using poison. The poison domain was even more terrifying. He had seen the White Tiger King's miserable state before. He didn't want to repeat the same mistake. However, before he could do anything, he was sucked into the poison domain by a suction force. In an instant, he was attacked by the power of the origin of poison and the power of the law of poison. The strong poison was like mites, constantly eroding his defensive light shield and the Emperor's Heaven Tower, penetrating and destroying bit by bit. This scene caused King Wu Xian's expression to change drastically. He originally thought that his defense was invincible, but now it seemed that he had taken it for granted. Chapter 1234. Xian King Wu saw that the situation was hopeless and immediately snorted. He once again strengthened his defense, causing his defensive light barrier to become even brighter. At the same time, he also took out a lot of poison-repelling pills, poison-dispersing pills, and poison-dispersing pills from his storage ring, and used them all at once. Those that should be taken orally were taken orally, and those that should be crushed were crushed. For a moment, Xiaoyang's poison attack was effectively suppressed. However, this suppression was only temporary and could not be extended for too long. If this continued, he would definitely be exhausted to death by Xiaoyang. This was because he had to constantly consume his spiritual energy and cultivation to defend. Although the Imperial Heaven Tower's attack and defense was very terrifying, it could not withstand the long-term corrosion of the poison. Looking at the state of the Imperial Heaven Tower, the light was somewhat dim, and some places had turned black. It seemed that it was also damaged by the poison. Xian King Wu frowned and did not dare to relax for a moment as he vigilantly looked around. Xiaoyang chuckled. In the poison domain, he was like a fish in water. With a thought, he appeared in front of Xian King Wu and said indifferently, "Xian King Wu, didn't you rely on the mysterious Yellow Tower's defense to be invincible? Now, let's see how long you can last." Xian King Wu's expression was ugly. He fiercely stared at Xiaoyang and snorted coldly. "Xiaoyang, what kind of ability is this evil path? If you have the guts, then remove the poison domain and let's have a real fight." Xiaoyang sneered and said, "I can comprehend the poison domain, This is also my ability. How can you say it's evil path? Could it be that because you haven't grasped it, you're jealous and define it as evil path? May I ask, among the 3,000 great Daos, which one is evil path? Xian King Wu was speechless. Xiaoyang said again, Black Tortoise King, it's not like I didn't want to give you a real fight before, but you relied on the might of the Imperial Heaven Tower. I didn't say that you used crooked methods. King Wu Xian's complexion alternated between green and white, as if he had been humiliated. He flew into a rage out of humiliation and roared, Xiaoyang, don't be so smug. I might not have lost this round. While Xian King Wu defended himself, he looked at White Tiger King and asked, White Tiger King, are you almost done healing? What are you waiting for? The White Tiger King slowly opened his eyes, waking up from his cross-legged state. After standing up, he released the powerful aura of a second-order King Wu, locking onto Xiaoyang. He snorted coldly and said, Xiaoyang, I have not lost this battle. Come, let's continue. He roared as he formed a seal with both hands and unleashed a powerful martial skill. He directly slashed towards Xiaoyang's poison domain. The light was filled with light and holiness, and wherever it passed, it swept away a large number of evil beings. At the same time, King Wu Xian also suddenly pushed the Imperial Heaven Pagoda to the extreme, releasing a pure light of liberation, resonating with the White Tiger King's martial skill. Under the cooperation of two second-order King Wu Almighties, they instantly broke through Xiaoyang's poison domain. Xiaoyang hurriedly circulated the first and second heavenly book, which were the heaven-devouring poison tyrannical incantation and the heaven-devouring poison supreme incantation, retracting all the poison gas. His entire person transformed, turning into an elegant young master without the slightest bit of the dark aura of using poison arts. His ability had increased in all aspects, and poison arts was only one of them. Even if he did not use poison arts, Xiaoyang had the confidence to deal with them. Oh, not bad. You can't beat me one-on-one, but now you're working together. After Xiaoyang retracted his poison domain, he mocked them. The White Tiger King's face was cold, and he said coldly, Xiaoyang, don't be so smug. Now that we've broken through your poison domain, I want to see what other tricks you have. Xiaoyang chuckled, not caring at all, and said indifferently, Xian King Wu, White Tiger King, I think we don't have to hide anymore. Let's attack together and end it. Xian King Wu and White King Wu looked at each other, seeing the determination in each other's eyes. All right, Xiaoyang, since you want to die, we'll fulfill your wish. The two of them agreed. Xiaoyang, since that's the case, don't blame us for being unscrupulous. The White Tiger King narrowed his eyes and smiled sinisterly. Xiaoyang raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, well said, use whatever tricks you have. He had more or less guessed how they would attack. The White Tiger King said, the only ones who can fight are you and that woman. The rest are all weak chickens. Coincidentally, these weak chickens are all your companions. If I were to kill them, I think you would be angry and heartbroken. He planned to threaten Xiaoyang. Chun Pingon, Xiaolinger, Go Zi, Housekeeper Chin, and the others heard every word, and they only felt grief and indignation. They knew that they had become a burden to Xiaoyang. If they weren't here, then Xiaoyang wouldn't be restrained. No wonder Xiaoyang had refused to let them join the training from the very beginning. However, it was useless to regret now. Things had already happened. Chun Pingon faced death brazenly and said, Alchemist Xiao, I've never been afraid of death. Come out, King Wu, let's fight. His blood was stimulated, and battle intent appeared in his eyes. His body also emitted a murderous aura. In any case, he was someone who had killed his way out of the army. After going through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, he naturally developed a murderous aura. Z also narrowed his eyes and decided to go all out. With the determination to die, he took 2 steps forward and roared loudly, I'm just a lowly dog. It's an honor to be able to fight a battle with you today. Come, who dares to fight? Housekeeper Chin walked out with a smile. His gaze fell on a King Wu behind the White Tiger King and said, "It's you. What are you staring at? Come out if you have the guts." Xiao Linger was also someone who wasn't afraid of trouble. At this juncture, she could still smile and said wittily, "I've always been bold. One King Wu is nothing to me. Come on, too." Lin Shiyun was silent. She subconsciously protected Xiao Linger behind her and looked at those people calmly. The surrounding cultivators that were trembling with fear at the side were also infected by Chun Pingan, Xiao Linger, and the others. This was what true bravery looked like. They suddenly felt that these people shouldn't die. Instead, they felt that the White Tiger King, Xian King Wu, and the others were abominable. Even the tree demons and vine demons who hadn't shown themselves yet were affected by Chun Pingan and the others. They subconsciously had a good impression of them and were willing to stand on their side. On the contrary, it was Xian King Wu, White Tiger King, and the others who were angry. Xiao Linger, Chun Pingan, and the others hadn't even reached the level of King Wu, and they actually dared to provoke them like this. They were simply courting death. Moreover, they were just nameless pawns. In the eyes of these imperial court lords, Chun Pingan and the others weren't even dog farts. Faced with the provocation of ants and chickens, how could they tolerate it? Good, very good. Xian King Wu and White Tiger King were so angry that they trembled all over, and their anger skyrocketed. Chapter 1235. Then I'll fulfill your wish. The White Tiger King roared. Then he gestured to the 3 martial kings behind him. The 3 King Wus were also enraged to the extreme. They gnashed their teeth and wished they could tear Chin Pingan and the others apart. These Wu Zun level characters dared to challenge them. King Wu level characters. If they didn't teach them a lesson, wouldn't they be degrading their own dignity? Die ants. The 3 King Wu roared and attacked Chin Pingan, Guzi, and Housekeeper Chin respectively. King Wu's aura exploded, causing many people present to tremble with fear, their faces pale. Chin Pingan and the other 2 were also a little scared, but they braced themselves and glared angrily at the 3 people who rushed up, not compromising at all. King Wu knew that an all-out war was about to begin. He also signaled to the 3 King Wu beside him. After the 3 King Wu received his instructions, they sneered and said to Xiao Linger and Lin Shiyun, "You 2 little girls are dead." They also erupted with supreme power. King Wu's tyrannical aura swept across the surroundings. Their powerful aura locked onto Xiao Linger and Lin Shiyun and instantly launched a fierce martial arts attack towards them. When Xiaoyang saw the 6 King Wu attacking him, he snorted lightly and summoned the primordial divine dragon, bloodthirsty ice silkworm, and fiery bird. Although the bloodthirsty ice silkworm and fiery bird had not reached the level of King Wu, they had their own specialties and characteristics. Assisting the primordial divine dragon was like adding wings to a tiger. Xiaoyang stepped out and instantly stood in front of the 6 King Wu. His majestic aura suppressed them. Just as he was about to take care of them, he saw the Xian King Wu and the White Tiger King rushing over. "Xiaoyang, your opponent is us." The White Tiger King roared angrily. It immediately condensed a ray of martial skill light and charged toward Xiaoyang. That ray of light was dozens of feet long and extremely sharp. At the same time, King Wu Xian did not stay idle. He controlled the Imperial Heaven Tower and instantly charged towards Xiaoyang with an astonishing aura. Xiaoyang had no choice but to give up the idea of attacking the 6 great King Wu. He immediately faced the attacks of the Xian King Wu and the White Tiger King. The White Tiger King mocked, "Xiaoyang, this doesn't feel good, does it? I'd like to see how your friends are going to withstand the attacks of the 6 King Wu." Xiaoyang said sarcastically, "There are many things you can imagine." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaoyang said, "Tree Demon, Vine Demon, why don't you show yourselves?" White Tiger King and Xian King Wu were stunned. Then they saw a huge tree appear. The shadow of the huge tree was a little weak. It looked like it had been injured before, but it could at least unleash the power of King Wu. In addition, an even more terrifying aura appeared. That aura was not inferior to theirs in the slightest. This made their expressions change drastically. They were shocked. The vines that filled the sky swept towards the 6 great King Wu. Each vine was the size of a water bucket and contained a terrifying attack power. White Tiger King and Xian King Wu could see that it was a second stage King Wu. Hiss! They couldn't help but gasp. They didn't expect Xiaoyang to have the help of a great demon and a King Wu. If they guessed correctly, these 2 demons had been on the Immortal Mountain for a long time. They didn't know how many humans they had killed. They didn't expect that Xiaoyang, a human, would be related to them as soon as he arrived. This was simply enough to make people envious and jealous. Xiaoyang, you actually colluded with the demons. You deserve to die. Xiaoyang, you colluded with the demons to harm humans. Your crimes are monstrous. Xian King Wu and White Tiger King couldn't help but roar at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang sneered. The corners of his mouth curled up into a mocking smile. He mocked. Xian King Wu, White Tiger King, since you've already found out the cause of Zhao Baihu and Li Xuanwu's deaths, don't you know that they colluded with the demons first? Unfortunately, they were played to death by me. Now that I've been forced into a desperate situation by you, why can't I ask the King Wu to help me in order to protect myself? Xiaoyang suddenly shouted to the King Wu and Tree Demon, "Kill me if you can. Don't give me any face. It's your ability to devour King Wu." This made the Vine Demon and Tree Demon very excited. The cultivation speed of the demons was very slow. Basically, it took a few hundred years for them to achieve initial success. However, if they cultivated by devouring human cultivators, their cultivation speed would increase rapidly. This was why they liked to kill human cultivators. The more powerful the cultivator, the more powerful their nourishment would be. Originally, the Vine Demon and Tree Demon were still wondering if they should leave Xiaoyang alive. Now that they heard Xiaoyang's kill order, they were more excited than anyone else. When they attacked, they were very fierce, the kind that risked their lives. This was because it was really too difficult to meet a mighty figure on the level of King Wu on the Immortal Mountain. Stop acting tough here. Let's see who will have the last laugh. Xiaoyang smiled proudly. If not for the help of the Vine Demon and Tree Demon, he would still be worried about Chen Pinggan, Xiaolinger, and the others. Now that he had their help, he no longer had to worry about the consequences. Invincible Divine Sword Technique. Xiaoyang took out the immortal sword from his storage ring and immediately executed his most powerful sword technique. A huge sword beam whistled out. It was incomparably sharp, as if it could even cut through the void. The sword beam instantly locked onto Xian King Wu and White Tiger King and slashed towards them. Xian King Wu and White Tiger King's faces were solemn, and their hearts were heavy. Although they knew that Xiaoyang was difficult to deal with, they didn't expect him to be so difficult. Other than poison, Xiaoyang's sword technique was also so powerful. It was really unimaginable. Imperial Heaven Tower. Xian King Wu roared and immediately controlled the Imperial Heaven Tower to defend. The Imperial Heaven Tower emitted a bright light, enveloping the two of them. At the same time, White Tiger King also executed a defensive martial technique and set up layers of defensive light to block Xiaoyang's immortal sword attack. Bang! The sword beam instantly broke through White Tiger King's layers of defense and headed straight for the Imperial Heaven Tower. The Imperial Heaven Tower suddenly shook, and the yellow light suddenly dimmed. King Black Tortoise and King White Tortoise were greatly shaken. With a cry, they spat out blood. Damn it! They felt terrible. Xiaoyang's sword technique attack was even more domineering than poison. Even the Imperial Heaven Tower couldn't defend against it. It was too terrifying. At the same time, the situation on the other battlefield wasn't looking good either. 3 King Wu were locked onto by the Tree Demon and the Vine Demon. The Vine Demon was extremely powerful and had boundless combat strength. With the characteristics of its vines, it instantly entangled the two King Wu and then began to strangle them. This was the terror of a stage 2 King Wu. The two King Wu experts couldn't resist at all and could only watch as they were devoured by the vine demon. Their eyes were filled with unwillingness, and before they died, extreme fear appeared on their faces. The other King Wu was still able to fight against the tree demon. Because the tree demon had been severely injured by Xiaoyang, its combat strength had weakened. Chapter 1236. However, after the King Wu fought fiercely for a while, the vine demon actually split out a vine to help the tree demon. This caused the King Wu to be in a disadvantageous position. The tree demon was extremely excited. Seeing that the spoils of victory were right in front of him, he suddenly unleashed his trump card, which was also his last powerful attack. It directly triggered the arrangement of the demon forest, causing the demon forest's demon chi to form a tyrannical shockwave that instantly struck the opponent. The opponent's eyes widened in shock, then he fell straight to the ground. He didn't even know how he died. After the tree demon unleashed his full power, he instantly became weak. He was as weak as a level 1 or 2 Wu Zun weakling. Fortunately, his opponent had already been killed. Otherwise, he would have been killed instead. This was the reason why he didn't help Xiaolinger, Lin Shiyun, and the others when they were surrounded by King Wu and White Tiger King. Because once he helped, other than unleashing his strongest attack, he could only fall on the battlefield in the end. After the vine demon helped the tree demon kill the King Wu, he didn't snatch the resources from the tree demon. Instead, he returned to his own territory and slowly digested the 2 prey that he had already obtained. This made the tree demon extremely grateful. The tree demon said, "Thank you, Demon King. I am extremely grateful." He was very glad that he had followed the Demon King, Vine Demon. Otherwise, today wouldn't have gone so smoothly. There were a total of 6 King Wu. The other 3 King Wu were respectively restrained by Lin Shiyun, the primordial dragon, the bloodthirsty iceworm, the flamingo, the white fox, and Xiaolinger. Lin Shiyun herself was a King Wu. Restraining a King Wu wasn't a difficult task. The primordial dragon also had the strength of a King Wu. Naturally, he could also deal with a King Wu. The bloodthirsty iceworm was good at using poison. The flamingo was good at using the void flame to attack. The void flame was an existence that could burn everything. It was a type of highly toxic poison. The white fox was not weak either. It was good at mental attacks and could harass the opponent. Xiaolinger herself had a quasi-heaven grade magical artifact, the mysterious yellow shield. Therefore, they were barely able to pin down 1 King Wu. Sun Gozi, Qin Ping, and housekeeper Qin also took advantage of the opportunity. Once they saw their opponent reveal a flaw, they immediately launched their martial arts attacks. Although their attacks did not have much effect on King Wu, they could still harass him. The battle between Xiaoyang, Xian King Wu, and the White Tiger King had just begun, and the advantages and disadvantages had already appeared. Xiaoyang had the absolute advantage. Xian King Wu, White Tiger King, are you still not going to submit? Xiaoyang suddenly shouted at the 2 of them. Just think about it. They were the kings of the imperial court. If he could get them to submit, the benefits were self-evident. It was equivalent to controlling an entire imperial court. It was also equivalent to controlling an entire planet. How could Xian King Wu and the White Tiger King be willing to submit? They were all elites and kings of the imperial court. Gritting their teeth, they could only brace themselves and attack Xiaoyang. They also knew that they had reached the most important moment of the final battle. If they could not take down Xiaoyang, they would definitely die here. If they could take down Xiaoyang, then there would still be a chance for this battle to turn around. Therefore, they gave it their all and used their trump cards. They attacked crazily without holding back. However, even if they used all their strength, Xiaoyang was still at ease. There was no sign of him being defeated. Yes, I knew it. They are all King Wu Stage 2. How could they be so weak? After exchanging a few blows with them, Xiaoyang gradually acknowledged their strength. Previously, they had held back when they attacked. Because the two of them were in competition and had different standpoints, they were on guard against each other. If Xiaoyang had not cooperated with the Vine Monster, then Xian King Wu and the White Tiger King would not have been forced to use all their trump cards. Then, they would not have exposed their trump cards without holding back. Xiaoyang relied on the strength of his physical body to withstand many of their attacks. As for the battle of martial arts techniques, Xiaoyang was slightly superior, especially when Xiaoyang used the 7 steps of the barbarian god. When he took the 7th step, they were so frightened that their expressions changed drastically. The 7 steps of the barbarian god was extremely powerful. It was the kind of technique that accumulated power and multiplied explosively. When the 7th step landed, a tremendous amount of power erupted. Even the entire Immortal Mountain and the entire planet trembled. The violent shock waves and shocking air waves directly sent the spectators in the distance flying hundreds of meters. Many mountains were destroyed and forests were ravaged. Xian King Wu and the White Tiger King were in an even more serious situation. They were in a deep pit. That deep pit was in the shape of a footprint. It was obviously created by Xiaoyang. Looking at Xian King Wu and the White Tiger King's situation, they were severely injured. Their situation was not optimistic. Even if they had the heaven-level high-grade Dharma treasure, they could not withstand the 7th step of the 7 steps of the barbarian god. Xian King Wu, White Tiger King, I haven't even made a move and you've already fallen. I'm just warming up. Can you be so weak? Please, can you be more serious and use some strength? Xiaoyang stood at the edge of the deep pit and looked down at the two people in the deep pit. His face was full of mockery. Then he used the great teleportation technique. The power of teleportation swept out and acted on their bodies. In an instant, they were teleported in front of Xiaoyang. Only then did Xiaoyang see them clearly. Their hair was disheveled, and their dragon robes were torn. Their faces were covered in smoke and dust, and there were many bloodstains on their bodies. Their cultivation auras were also extremely unstable. They were as miserable as they could be. Xiaoyang could not help but shake his head. He said disdainfully, Xian King Wu, White Tiger King, you are no match for me. Surrender. Don't force me to kill you. Xian King Wu and the White Tiger King laughed bitterly and mocked themselves. Their cultivation was almost exhausted. In addition to their heavy injuries, they were no longer Xiaoyang's match. However, they did not think of surrendering. Xiaoyang, the winner is king, and the loser is a bandit. Make your move. The White Tiger King faced death calmly. Xian King Wu sat cross-legged on the ground. His face also showed the determination to die. As a king, they could not lower their heads and surrender. The only way was to die. Even Chen Pinggan, Go Zi, and Xiaolinger were not afraid of death and fought to the death. How could they, who were even stronger, drag out an ignoble existence? Wouldn't that be worse than Chen Pinggan and the others? Xiaoyang slowly closed his eyes and used the soul-refining art. The soul-refining art was a spiritual type attack technique. It evolved from the traceless dream. A majestic divine sense suddenly rushed out and directly destroyed Xian King Wu and the White Tiger King's consciousness. They lost their consciousness and memories, leaving only empty shells. In the end, they slowly fell to the ground. At this point, Xian King Wu and the White Tiger King had fallen. After the tree demon digested a prey, the demonic power that it had lost was instantly recovered. It returned to its peak state. Chapter 1237. His aura began to shift towards the remaining 3 King Wus. After locking onto them, he was ready to attack them. At the same time, the vine demon was also itching to make a move. He had just digested 2 prey, and his demonic powers had improved greatly. If a few more King Wu level cultivators were to die, he was confident that he could break through to the 3rd level of King Wu. The remaining 3 King Wus instantly felt their scalps go numb. Their bodies suddenly froze, and they did not dare to move. They stood there in a daze, because in that instant they felt several tyrannical divine senses lock onto them. Any one of these divine senses was tyrannical to the horizon. They belonged to the category of terrifying existences. They were so frightened that their innards trembled and their hearts trembled with fear. They only had one feeling. If they continued to fight or tried to escape, they would definitely be killed by one of the auras. This was the fear of being completely dominated. They no longer had control over their own lives. They were completely under the control of their enemies. They immediately released their divine senses to check on their companions and the 2 kings. They wanted to know what had happened. Just now, they were too focused on dealing with Lin Shiyun and the others. They did not divert their attention to check on the battle around them. As a result, they did not know anything else. When they understood what had happened, they felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. They understood the situation. Other than the 3 of them, everyone else had died in battle. This included the most powerful King Wu and King White Tiger. One had to know that these 2 King Wu were powerful existences at the 2nd level of King Wu. Even in the entire Tsangmin territory, there was almost no one who could match them. Now that the 2 of them had joined forces, they should have been able to defeat everything. However, they had died in battle. The 3 King Wu level cultivators who were lucky enough to survive could not believe it. However, reality had happened right in front of their eyes and shattered their fantasies. Although their bodies were stiff at the moment, they still instinctively turned around and looked at the instigator of all this, Xiaoyang. This person was already invincible in the same level. Even in the entire Tsangmin territory, there was probably no one who could match him. Facing such a ferocious enemy, how could he have the chance to fight back? Not to mention, there were 2 great demons beside Xiaoyang. One was a King Wu level vine demon, while the other was a King Wu level tree demon. There was also Lin Shiyun, Shaolinger, the primordial mystical dragon, the flamingo, the bloodthirsty ice silkworm, and the others. These were not easy to deal with. It was over. Despair appeared on their faces. They sighed, their expressions sorrowful. Pooh! Pooh! The 3 King Wus dropped the magic treasures in their hands and then knelt on the ground, begging for mercy as they looked at Xiaoyang. Even Xian King Wu and White Tiger King had died. There was no point in continuing to struggle. Why bother? Cultivation was not easy to begin with. To reach the King Wu level, they had suffered many times more than ordinary people. If they had a choice, they would not want to die. Xiaoyang looked at their strong desire to live and knew that they were tactful. He chuckled and said, "All right, don't kneel. I can spare your lives, but you must show me your sincerity." The 3 King Wus naturally understood Xiaoyang's meaning. They immediately reached out and touched their foreheads with their index fingers. They took out the soul blood and sent it to Xiaoyang through their cultivation. Xiaoyang put the 3 drops of soul blood in front of him into a storage ring and said, "From now on, you have nothing to do with the dynasty. You are my people. You are called Chen, Xia, and Qiu." Chen, Xia, and Qiu, the 3 King Wus immediately shouted, "Greetings, master." Xiaoyang nodded in satisfaction and said, "Don't worry. You will not suffer by following me. I have reached the level of King Wu's cultivation and King Wu's physical body. I can guide you on how to reach this level." Chen, Xia, and Qiu were overjoyed. They were excited and their eyes shone brightly. Initially, he thought that after following Xiaoyang, he would have to work like an ox or a horse without complaint. He never thought that there would be such benefits. "Thank you, master, for your kindness." The 3 of them shed tears of gratitude. The vine demon and tree demon were a little disappointed. They thought that they could continue to eat to their heart's content. As long as they refined these 3 King Wus, their demon power would definitely increase tremendously. Unfortunately, they were taken away by Xiaoyang. However, It was not like they did not gain anything. At least, Xiao Yang agreed to help them send a letter to the demon country in the demon region. Moreover, they absorbed the souls of 2 King Wus, so they should be satisfied. He said slowly, "Kid, I have done what I promised you. Don't forget what you promised me. Let's go." Then he stretched out his extremely long vines, which instantly spread out tens of thousands of feet. In the next moment, he was already tens of thousands of feet away. After a few flashes, he returned to the demon forest and disappeared. The tree demon also hurriedly followed. When he left, he did not forget to greet Xiaoyang and said, "Senior, I will go too." Soon, his giant tree figure also disappeared from everyone's sight and entered the demon forest. Xiao Yang glanced at Chen Ping and Go Zi, Xiaolinger, housekeeper Chen, and the others and said, "How are you? Are you hurt?" Chen Ping and said, Fortunately, there were 2 great demons to help. Also, fortunately, you appeared in time. Finally, we were lucky enough to keep our lives." Then he joked, "Alchemist Xiao, following you is really dangerous. We are all innocent." Xiao Yang said unhappily, "How can you blame me? You were the ones who came to die. All right, let's see how much time we have left before this trial ends. I also want to see how many survivors there are. Those who can pass probably have life-saving methods." This trip to the Celestial Mountain was completely guided by Zhu Qingquan. The purpose was to select the candidates for the princess's husband. Of course, there were definitely many who wanted to fish in troubled waters and come here to look for opportunities and opportunities. In short, no matter what the purpose was, what should be achieved should be achieved. What was not achieved could not be achieved. Quite a lot of time had passed. Xiao Yang thought that the time was about to end. Chen Ping and said, "I have already reported what happened here to the imperial court. I believe the imperial court will soon end the trial at the Celestial Mountain." After all, even King Wu, Xian, and King White Tiger had come. They had even led the 6 King Wu kings. It would be strange if planet Suzaku did not make a move. Then, while there is still time, let's walk around more. Collect some materials and broaden our horizons. Xiao Yang led the group. The Celestial Mountain was very big. It was a huge planet and was divided into many regions. There were many places like the Demon Forest. Many of these places were mysterious and terrifying. Even Xiao Yang did not dare to go too deep. Just like that, they wandered around for a long time. After finding some materials, they saw a bright light appear in the sky. Then, several figures slowly descended. They were the powerful cultivators from planet Suzaku. Even King Zhu Qingquan had come personally. Chapter 1238. Little Yen and Little Man were on Zhu Qingquan's left and right. When they saw Xiao Yang, their originally furrowed brows immediately relaxed, and their worried expressions turned into relief. "Young master," big brother Xiao Yang. The 2 girls shouted happily and then happily walked toward Xiao Yang. Originally, Zhu Qingquan didn't want to bring the 2 of them, but they kept pestering him and insisted on following him. Zhu Qingquan had no choice but to let them be. Now that he saw that his 2 daughters were so concerned about Xiao Yang, but they were so cold to him, he was very jealous and angry. He felt that Xiao Yang was trying to steal his daughters away from him. After watching Xiao Yang chat with them for a while, Zhu Qingquan said seriously, "Xiao Yang, let me ask you, where are Zhao Baihu, Li Xuanwu, Xian King Wu, White Tiger King, and the others? Why don't I see them?" The reason he came here was because Xian King Wu, White Tiger King, and the other 6 King Wu were on the move. It looked like they were going to wipe out the more than 1,000 cultivators on planet Suzaku. Therefore, as the Suzaku King Wu, he could only hurry over. This time, he brought a lot of powerful people with him. There were 7 King Wu. Almost all of the top forces on planet Suzaku had been mobilized. The Minister of Personnel, Lu Bolong, also looked at Xiao Yang nervously. His eyes were filled with grief and anger. He already knew that his grandson, Lu Qiaodong, had been killed. He even reported this to Zhu Qinquan. He wanted nothing more than to cut Li Xuanwu and Zhao Baihu into pieces. Xiaoyang said calmly, "I have already killed them. However, 3 King Wu stayed behind and were captured by me." Was he killed? Zhu Qinquan, Lu Belong, Ru Li, Qin Guopan, and the other leaders of the imperial court were shocked. Oh my God, this was something they didn't dare to imagine. One had to know that the Xian King Wu and the White Tiger King were both stage 2 King Wu Almighties. If the two of them worked together, they could dominate the entire Songmin territory. Moreover, they had 6 King Wu Almighties with them. It was truly inconceivable that Xiaoyang could be so formidable. "You killed them all? How? How did you do it?" Zhu Qinquan was so excited that his lips trembled as he asked incredulously. Even if he had personally come, even if he had brought along the elites of the dynasty, he still wasn't confident that he would be able to take down Xian King Wu, White Tiger King, and the others. At most, they would be evenly matched, and he would be able to buy time for Xiaoyang to survive. Chen, Guopan, Ru Li, and the other officials of the imperial court were aghast as they recalled the battle at the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. If Xiaoyang had been this ferocious back then, he would have wiped them all out. They were really glad that Xiaoyang didn't do that back then. Zhu Qinquan quickly noticed Xiaoyang's cultivation aura. His expression suddenly changed as he said in shock, You have also broken through to stage 2 of King Wu Almighties." He was flabbergasted and dumbfounded. Ru Li, Qin Guopan, Lu Belong, and the others were also shocked. A second-order martial king at such a young age was truly a rare sight, perhaps even once in 1,000 years. Xiaoyang clasped his hands and said with a smile, "I was lucky." His humble attitude made Zhu Qinquan and the others feel ashamed. Zhu Qinquan said, "Okay, I announce the end of the trial on the Celestial Mountain. Follow me back to planet Suzaku." His voice spread to every corner of the Immortal Mountain, causing the entire planet to tremble. Whether it was the cultivators hiding in the cave residence, the cultivators fighting, or the cultivators cultivating in seclusion, they all heard Zhu Qinquan's voice at this moment. They all stopped what they were doing and immediately flew towards Zhu Qinquan. Figures descended one by one. In the blink of an eye, there were hundreds of people. Zhu Qinquan counted and found that there were more than 500 people. He remembered that there were more than 1,000 people when he first came. In just a month, more than half of them had been lost. This made his heart ache for a while because these were the forces of planet Suzaku. However, seeing that the remaining people had all obtained their own fortunes and opportunities, and their strength and cultivation had increased, he felt a little comforted. Zhu Qinquan said in a clear voice, "Everyone, you are all very outstanding and have passed me. However, whether you can pass the two of you and become the Emperor's son-in-law will still depend on you." The remaining people all smiled and were very happy. Zhu Qinquan waved his hand and activated the long-distance transfer array. Everyone was instantly teleported back to the square on planet Saku. Zhu Qinquan looked at the many figures on the square and said, "Xiaoyang is the most outstanding person on this trip to the Celestial Mountain. Therefore, if you are not convinced, you can challenge Xiaoyang at any time. As for who the two princesses choose to be the Emperor's son-in-law, that will be up to them. In addition, King Wu and King White Tiger have fallen. A great battle is about to begin. You all should be prepared." After saying this, he immediately retreated. Many people on the square scanned Xiaoyang with their divine senses. Waves of battle intent surged into the sky. Of course, there were also many people who stayed away. Because Xiaoyang had caused a huge commotion on the Celestial Mountain, many of them knew about it and didn't dare to provoke Xiaoyang. Only those who had received the good fortune from the very beginning and received the inheritance and good fortune in the cave would have the guts to provoke Xiaoyang. This was because these people who had received the inheritance and went into closed-door cultivation at the beginning didn't know about Xiaoyang's battle achievements at all. Instead, they were full of confidence because their strength had increased after digesting the inheritance and fortune. Xiaoyang, I'm not talented, but I'd like to exchange pointers with you. Immediately, someone couldn't help but jump out. This person was a young man. Many years ago, he had admired the two princesses after seeing their faces and wanted to win their favor. Only recently did he have the opportunity to do so, so he was willing to go to the celestial mountain to train and compete. In this trial, he had obtained a great fortune, and his cultivation and strength had improved by leaps and bounds. In his opinion, he should be the most outstanding person in this trial because he was a person with great fortune, and his improvement was also very fast. However, the title of the most outstanding person was snatched away by Xiaoyang. Of course, he would not accept it. Xiaoyang, I don't think Her Highness likes mediocre people. Only people like me who have great fortune and great fortune are worthy of Her Highness. Qian Moyuan stood proudly with his arms crossed and stared provocatively at Xiaoyang. At the same time, the people who wanted to challenge Xiaoyang also rose into the air and stood there. Their auras erupted as they confronted Xiaoyang. These prodigies also wanted to meet Xiaoyang. There was no lack of middle-aged and elderly people among them. This was a cultivation world. Age and appearance didn't mean anything. There were many people who turned into children. Those who knew the truth of the matter trembled at the side and looked at Qian Moyuan and the others sympathetically, especially the hundreds of people who had offended Xiaoyang. They had been threatened by King Wu and the White Tiger King to attack Qin Pingan, Xiaolinger, and the others. Later, Xiaoyang, the Vine Demon, and the Tree Demon appeared in time and intimidated them. Chapter 1239. Xiaoyang still hadn't figured out how to deal with them. It was like they were still burdened with a grudge, so they didn't have an easy life. Weaklings like you want to challenge my Langjun? You really don't know what's good for you. Xiaolinger sneered and looked at Qian Moyuan and the others with disdain. Of course, ridicule wasn't the main point. The main point was that she called Xiaoyang Langjun. This directly explained the relationship between the two of them. Only close people would call each other that. When they were on the Immortal Mountain, Xiaolinger saw Xiaolian and Xiaoman being close to Xiaoyang. This made her feel very uncomfortable and jealous. At that time, she tolerated it. But she suddenly felt that how could she tolerate this kind of thing? If she didn't fight for it, she would definitely lose it. Moreover, when they were in the flowing cloud realm, whenever there were many people, she would call Xiaoyang hubby. Of course, she used to joke about it and didn't take it seriously. But after spending so much time with Xiaoyang, she really liked Xiaoyang. So this time, she called Xiaoyang Langjun from the bottom of her heart. Xiaolian was embarrassed for a moment, and then she was a little angry. She glared at Xiaolinger angrily. In her opinion, Xiaoyang should be her sister Xiaoman's. Xiaoman hadn't even called Xiaoyang hubby yet. So how could this woman call him that first? She felt indignant for Xiaoman. Xiaoman smiled gently and persuaded Xiaolian. Young master is still fighting for me. You can imagine his feelings. You should go busy yourself with your work. Leave this to me. Xiaolian pouted and glared at Xiaoyang angrily before walking away. Out of sight, out of mind. Qian Moyuan saw that Xiaoyang was so popular with the opposite sex and became even more jealous. He released a strong fighting spirit and roared, "Xiaoyang, do you dare to fight?" Xiaoyang shook his head and said indifferently, "You're too weak. I don't want to bully you." He was actually being looked down on. This made Qian Moyuan so angry that his eyes almost spat fire. He was already an expert. After the tempering of the mortal mountains, his strength and cultivation had taken a qualitative leap. It could be said that he had improved by leaps and bounds. However, he was actually looked down upon by Xiaoyang, especially in front of Princess Xiaoman. He couldn't accept this. "Xiaoyang, you're courting death. Egomaniac, arrogant, conceited, and proud. Who do you think you're looking down on?" Qian Moyuan could not bear it any longer. He immediately formed seals with both hands and executed a martial technique with powerful offensive power, blasting it at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang curled his lips and said, "Even if I don't make a move and just stand here and let you hit me, would you be able to hurt me?" Then he really stood there motionlessly, waiting for the other party's martial skill light to bombard him. Quite a few people were startled. This could cost someone their life. If it were them, they wouldn't dare to show off. The martial skill light was a golden claw print. The claw print was 30 meters in size and had a shocking aura. It was extremely powerful. In an instant, it arrived in front of Xiaoyang and grabbed at Xiaoyang. However, when it was 1 meter away from Xiaoyang, it was immediately blocked by Xiaoyang's defensive light shield. Xiaoyang hadn't even used the power of his physical body yet. Few people could break through King Wu's second-tier defense. When Qian Moyuan saw this, he immediately increased the output of his spiritual power and condensed a claw print. He wanted to defeat Xiaoyang and drag it out with Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang shook his head and said, "Even if I let go of my defense, you can't hurt me. Why do you have to humiliate yourself?" Qian Moyuan didn't believe it and immediately shouted, "Then let go if you have the guts." Thus, Xiaoyang really let go of his defensive light shield. Many people were shocked again, thinking that Xiaoyang was finished this time. Instead, Qian Moyuan smiled proudly because his plan had succeeded. "Xiaoyang, you're a fool. You can't take the provocation. Don't blame me." Qian Moyuan immediately controlled the claw print to attack Xiaoyang's body. Xiaoyang was still indifferent. He didn't move at all. His expression was indifferent and calm. When the claw print touched Xiaoyang's body, Xiaoyang's physical body spontaneously released the power of his physical body and instantly collapsed Qian Moyuan's martial skill light. The claw print collapsed with a bang, and a rebound force acted on Qian Moyuan's body, causing him to spit out a large mouthful of blood. He instantly smashed to the ground, his face pale. How is this possible? This can't be real." Qian Moyuan struggled to get up from the ground and cried out in disbelief. He originally thought that he was the son of Providence, a true proud son of the heavens, but the other party could just stand there and let him hit him. Compared to him, he was the son of Providence. The onlookers weren't shocked. Instead, they showed a matter-of-fact look. In their expectations, things should have developed in this direction. On the contrary, the expressions of the many challengers floating in the air changed drastically when they saw Qian Moyuan suffer a heavy setback. Fear appeared in their eyes. The battle intent they released weakened a lot, and they restrained their hostility. More than 10 challengers immediately descended from the sky, not daring to stay on the ground. Qian Moyuan's strength wasn't weak, but he was still easily crushed by Xiaoyang. How could they, who didn't even dare to provoke Xiaoyang? Wouldn't that be courting death? It was important to know one's own limits, so they didn't want to be disgraced like Qian Moyuan. Xiaoyang's imposing gaze swept over the challengers in the air. When the challengers felt this sharp gaze, many of them tactfully descended, not daring to meet Xiaoyang's gaze. "Who else wants to try?" Xiaoyang calmly asked. Although this voice was calm, it was like a thunderclap in the ears of the challengers in the air. Their minds went blank, and they only slowly recovered after a short period of rest. This was because Xiaoyang had secretly used the traceless dream martial skill. This was a spiritual type attack. Of course, he only wanted to intimidate them. He didn't want to kill them. Otherwise, these arrogant challengers would all be finished. As Xiaoyang's voice fell, 80% of the challengers couldn't hold on and immediately descended to the ground. After counting, there were only a dozen or so people who could still persist in the air. Those dozen or so people looked at each other and felt that their strength was too weak. Immediately, 4 or 5 more people descended. The remaining 4 or 5 powerhouses braced themselves and challenged Xiaoyang, saying, "Xiaoyang, we're not afraid of you." Actually, from these words, it could be seen that they were very afraid of Xiaoyang, so they encouraged themselves to not be afraid. Xiaoyang found it funny. Many people laughed out loud. If they really weren't afraid, then there was no need to reveal 300 taels of silver here. Xiao Yang couldn't be bothered to waste any more time here. He said indifferently, "All right, all of you can come at me together. I recently obtained a magic treasure, and it's a good opportunity to test its power." He took out the Imperial Heaven Tower from his storage ring. Chapter 1240. Under Xiao Yang's control, the Imperial Heaven Tower flowed with a greenish-yellow light. This Dharma treasure looked extraordinary at first glance. Many people were stunned by the sight. Amongst the numerous spectators, there were quite a few experts who knew their stuff, and they couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Heavens! That's the Imperial Heaven Tower, a high-grade heaven rank magic treasure. It can attack, defend, and resist. Isn't that the Black Tortoise King's natal magic treasure? How did it fall into Xiao Yang's hands?" This exclamation immediately received a response from others. "You still don't know, right? Xiao Yang fought King Wu and White Tiger King alone, and even killed them. It's normal for the Imperial Heaven Tower to fall into his hands. What's there to shout about? That's a high-grade heaven-level Dharma treasure. It really makes people jealous." The onlookers had all kinds of expressions. The remaining 4 or 5 challengers all panicked when they heard these discussions. They were bold just now because they didn't know about Xiao Yang's valiant deeds. After knowing, how could they have the courage to challenge? "Xiao Yang, you really killed King Wu and White Tiger King?" a challenger asked nervously, feeling uneasy. Xiao Yang nodded and said, "Yes, that's right. It's not a big deal, so I don't need to talk about it." Hiss! The challengers sucked in a breath of cold air. Killing 2 second-stage King Wu was not a big deal? Then wouldn't killing them be as common as drinking water? They were so scared that they peed their pants and their faces turned pale. His body couldn't help but tremble. His eyes were filled with fear as he said in a trembling voice, "That, Senior Xiaoyang, we have always respected you and admired your reputation. I suddenly have a stomachache, so I'll be leaving first." The 4 or 5 challengers who were originally aggressive immediately slipped away, afraid that they would be forced to stay here if they delayed any longer. At this point, Xiao Yang was truly the first in the trial. This was publicly acknowledged. Xiao Yang felt extremely bored. He had yet to test out the might of the Imperial Heaven Tower. The Imperial Heaven Tower was originally King Wu's life-bound magic treasure, but after King Wu's death, Xiao Yang easily erased the imprint of the Imperial Heaven Tower and replaced it with his own imprint, successfully obtaining the Imperial Heaven Tower. Since no one wanted to test out the Imperial Heaven Tower's power, Xiao Yang decided to head back and refine the Imperial Heaven Tower, fusing it into his fleshly body. That way, his fleshly body would surely break through once more. "Let's go to Huichen Brothel." Xiao Yang left with Xiao Linger, Xiao Meng, and the others. Chun Pingan said, "Alchemist Xiao, I'll head back first. I've obtained many good things from the Tai Yi Immortal Cave. I need to go back and digest them." He quickly left with Go, Z, and Housekeeper Chin. Go, Z, and Housekeeper Chin were also excited and delighted because they had also obtained many good things in the Tai Yi Cave abode. Spring Court. Xiao Linger and Lin Shiyun had also gone into seclusion. In the Tai Yi Cave abode, they had obtained the most treasures and opportunities. Xiao Meng accompanied Xiao Yang. The 2 of them chatted and played chess. Occasionally, they would sip tea and spend a good time in the pavilion. Xiao Yang felt that he owed Xiao Meng for the past 3 years, so he wanted to try his best to make up for it and spend more time with Xiao Meng so that he wouldn't feel uncomfortable. Although refining the Imperial Heaven Tower was also very important, there was no need to rush. Xiao Meng was also very tactful. After half a day, she slowly said, "Young master, everyone who came back from the Immortal Mountain chose to go into seclusion to digest their fortuitous opportunities. You should go as well. I'm going back to the palace to cultivate." Xiao Yang nodded and personally sent Xiao Meng off. The sun was quite bright today. When he raised his head, the sunlight was somewhat dazzling. It should be noon. Xiao Yang turned around and took half a step into the door. At that moment, a figure hurried over and shouted, "Brother Xiao!" Xiao Yang stopped in his tracks and turned around. He looked in the direction of the voice and saw Qian Wujin. "Shopkeeper Qian, you're here." Xiao Yang revealed a faint smile. Qian Wujin smiled and said, "Didn't I hear the news that you guys are back?" Xiao Yang also knew why he had come. He took out a storage ring and handed it to Qian Wujin, saying, "Shopkeeper Qian, the things you want are all in here." Qian Wujin cupped his fists and said, "Many thanks." He took the storage ring and released his divine sense. After taking a look, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Heavens, you've exceeded the quota. It's more than a few times. The elders of the bank must be so happy that they'll go crazy." Then he took out a black card and handed it to Xiaoyang, saying, "This is one of the benefits for you. Take it." Xiaoyang frowned and took a look. It was a black card. Qian Wujin explained, "Brother Xiao, don't underestimate this black card. This black card is different from the one you had before. Your black card had a limit, but this one doesn't. That means that there are unlimited firmament coins inside." Hiss! Xiaoyang was shocked. Wasn't this bank a little too generous? They actually gave out an unlimited black card. That meant that as long as the bank didn't go bankrupt, this black card would be valid forever, even if the bank had to spend all of its money. This was just one of the benefits. Xiaoyang sighed and said, "You're really—" He wanted to praise Qian Wujin. Qian Wujin stopped and said generously, "Brother Xiao, the materials you collected are also priceless to our bank. We'll tell you the rest of the benefits after the elders decide." "All right." Xiaoyang nodded. Seeing that Qian Wujin was in a hurry to leave, he sent him off with his eyes. After returning to the cultivation room, Xiao Qin sat down cross-legged. After adjusting his state of mind, he took out the Emperor Heaven Tower from his storage ring. This could be considered Xiao Yang's greatest gain from the Celestial Mountain. As long as he refined this heaven-grade, high-grade Dharma treasure and merged it with his body, his physical strength would rise and break through to a new level. It really made one look forward to it. After the Emperor Heaven Tower appeared, a green light flowed around it and circled around Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang stretched out his hand, and the Emperor Heaven Tower automatically landed on Xiaoyang's hand. "It's quite a good Dharma treasure," Xiaoyang muttered to himself. After that, he separately summoned the stately painting, the imprisoned phoenix, the axe of fate, the time compass, and the desert spear. He used these heaven-grade magic treasures to set up a formation and gradually refine the Imperial Heaven Tower, fusing it into a whole. As for Xiaoyang, he carefully sensed the fusion process. His physical strength was increasing bit by bit, gradually becoming stronger. The heaven-grade Dharma treasures all released their own light. Rays of light illuminated the room and shone on Xiaoyang's determined face. Xiaoyang focused on controlling the heaven-grade Dharma treasures to merge with his body. This process lasted for half a day. Only in the evening did Xiaoyang completely refine the Emperor Heaven Tower and merge it with his body. The strength of his physical body also increased tremendously, from King Wu level 2 to King Wu level 3. It was very powerful. Chapter 1241. In the entire Tsangmin territory, Xiaoyang was the only Third Order Martial King realm powerhouse among the known almighties. Xiaoyang couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. He suddenly felt like he was the hero of the world. He came out of seclusion and walked out of the door. He saw Xiao Man at the door with a hesitant look on her face. It seemed like Xiao Man was hesitating whether or not to look for him. Xiaoyang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Xiaoyang smiled and asked, "Xiao Man, what are you doing?" Xiao Man let out an ah. She didn't expect Xiaoyang to come out. She was originally pacing back and forth with her head lowered, wondering if she should disturb Xiaoyang. She didn't expect Xiaoyang to come out. Xiao Man's face turned red. She lowered her head slightly and said, "Young master, it's like this. The Azure Dragon King, Li Feiyu Nangang Quan Shui, and other envoys have come to visit planet Suzaku. My father wants to ask for your opinion, so he hopes that you can go to the palace. Oh, this matter? Okay, then I'll go. Xiao Yang thought for a moment and quickly agreed. When he was roaming the Azure Dragon planet, he had interacted with the Azure Dragon King, Nangong Quan Shui, Li Feiyu, and other King Wu powerhouses. Although they all compromised in the end, there was no guarantee that there wouldn't be a thorn in their hearts. Furthermore, the Qin Yun sect could only defend on the Azure Dragon planet. If the Azure Dragon dynasty started a war with no regard for the price, then the Qin Yun sect would only end up being destroyed. Now that Xiao Yang had just reached rank 3 King Wu, it was a good opportunity to go and teach the Azure Dragon King a lesson. This was to prevent the Azure Dragon King, Li Feiyu, Nangong Quan Shui, and the others from thinking about the Qin Yun sect. The sect master of the Qin Yun sect, Qin Yin Qin, and old man Qing Tong of the Bronze Sword sect, had taken good care of Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang naturally hoped that they would be fine. After agreeing to Xiao Man's request, Xiao Yang immediately erupted with his physical strength and left with Xiao Man. When he reappeared, he was already in the main hall of the imperial court. This was the terrifying power of the physical body. Even Xiao Yang was secretly satisfied. He felt that King Wu's third-order physical body was really powerful, comparable to magic arts and martial arts. As soon as he appeared, he saw all the civil and military officials, as well as the 3 King Wu, Qing Longyu, Li Feiyu, and Nangong Quan Shui standing in the middle. The others were discussing something when they saw Xiao Yang and Xiao Man suddenly appear. They immediately shut their mouths and stared at them in disbelief, because the two of them seemed to have popped out of nowhere. It was too sudden, very abrupt. After all, the Vermilion Bird main hall was supported by a formation, and there were layers of defensive light shields. Ordinary people couldn't enter, even if they wanted to. They had to wait for Zhu Qingquan's permission to enter. However, the 2 people in front of him had appeared silently and strangely. They had completely disregarded the defensive formation of the Vermilion Bird main hall and the dignity of the Suzaka dynasty. The officials of the imperial court were furious. They wanted to ask Xiao Yang and Xiao Man why they were so rude and reckless. Normally, people who wanted to enter the imperial court would have to report first and get permission to enter. If everyone was so reckless, wouldn't the imperial court be like a market? However, when they saw who it was, they immediately shut their mouths and swallowed the anger that had risen to their throats. They couldn't afford to offend these 2 people. One was the eldest princess of the imperial court, the apple of the emperor's eye, and the other was the most powerful person in the Songning territory, Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang's numerous battles with King Wu had established his unparalleled reputation, which was respected and admired. The minister of the Ministry of Rights, Ru Li, was an old scholar. He was particular about etiquette, justice, integrity, and honor, and abided by traditional rules. When the officials of the imperial court were silent, he was the first to jump out and question them. He scolded angrily, "Eldest princess, prince consort, how can the 2 of you be so unruly? Don't you know that you have to report before entering the imperial court? If everyone was as reckless as the 2 of you, there would be no rules in the world and the country would be in chaos. As high-ranking officials of the imperial court, you should set an example and set an example." Xiao Man smiled awkwardly. Xiao Yang smiled awkwardly and rubbed his nose. He knew that he had been a bit rash. This Ru Li was not targeted at the 2 of them. He was just abiding by the rules of etiquette. Normally, the imperial court's great ceremonies and big events were set by him. All the etiquette came from the Minister of Rights. Therefore, he, the Minister of Rights, could hold his head high and speak for the etiquette when others didn't dare to say anything. On planet Suzuku, many teachers came from the Confucian school. They were true civil officials, pure civil officials. The Minister of Revenue, Chun Guopan, had a good personal relationship with Chun Pingan. When he saw Xiao Yang being scolded in front of all the officials of the imperial court, he immediately stood up and defended him. "Eldest princess, prince consort, you were indeed rude. However, this is the first time Prince Consort has come to the imperial court to meet the emperor. It's understandable that you lost your sense of propriety. Don't do it again. The Ru snorted and turned his head away. It could be considered that he had silently agreed to Chen Guopan's defense. If the reckless person was someone else, he would have taken a look at it. Zhu Qingquan looked at the two of them sternly and said, Prince Consort, did you hear that? Don't do it again next time. Otherwise, I won't let you off so easily. Xiao Man and Xiao Yang quickly agreed. Their attitude of admitting their mistake was very good. Logically speaking, Xiao Yang had already become the #1 person in the Azure Underworld realm and could go anywhere he wanted. Even if he wanted to establish a dynasty, it would be something that could be done with the flick of a finger. Even if he exploded in the imperial court, it would be normal to beat up the Ruli. After all, no one was his match and no one could stop him. However, Xiao Yang didn't have any ambition. He still believed that his hometown was in the flowing cloud realm and that he would have to return to it sooner or later. Therefore, he didn't want to meddle in the imperial court of the Azure Underworld realm, so there was no need for him to explode and establish his prestige. In addition, the entire imperial court had already tacitly acknowledged Xiao Yang as Princess Consort's Prince Consort. Everyone called him Prince Consort, so Xiao Yang accepted their goodwill. There was no need for him to stubbornly refute them. Zhu Qingquan was very satisfied with their attitude. He nodded and then wanted to explain in detail what had been discussed in the imperial court today. However, before he could open his mouth, the Azure Dragon King smiled and said, Brother Xiao Yang, long time no see. Your cultivation seems to have improved again. Zhu Qingquan didn't say anything. It turned out that they knew each other. In that case, he would let them interact first and see their attitudes. The many officials of the imperial court also maintained their silence. However, they were very shocked in their hearts. They wondered if Xiao Yang was a major character with a great background. Even a sovereign personage like the Azure Dragon King treated him as an equal and didn't underestimate Xiao Yang. They wouldn't believe that Xiao Yang didn't have any status. Nangong Quanshu and Li Feiyu were only here to escort the Azure Dragon King. They were only here to accompany him and couldn't speak. Therefore, they only nodded at Xiao Yang as a greeting. Chapter 1242. Xiao Yang didn't put on airs and also gave a look. They could be considered to have greeted each other. He looked at the Azure Dragon King and calmly said, Azure Dragon King, today's meeting must be related to your Azure Dragon Dynasty. Do you think that since White Tiger King, Xian Qingwu, Li Xuanwu, and White Tiger Zhao have all fallen, you can take advantage of their internal strife and weakness to annex them? The eyes of the Azure Dragon King, Zhu Qingquan, and the others all lit up because Xiao Yang had guessed correctly. This was a rare opportunity. Originally, the 4 major planets and the 4 major dynasties in the Azure Underworld realm didn't want to submit to each other. Their strength was about the same, so they kept each other in check. Now, because of Xiao Yang's appearance, the situation had changed. The Xian King Wu dynasty and the White Tiger dynasty had suffered the most. The emperor and the crown prince had both fallen, so they were without a leader. The various political enemies of the court were fighting for power, causing the court to become even more chaotic. This was the best time to unify them. However, the Azure Dragon Dynasty and the Suzuka Dynasty didn't want to see each other grow stronger, because once the other party grew stronger, it could threaten their safety. This was why the Azure Dragon King had personally come to planet Suzaku to express his sincerity. Also, the Azure Dragon King's request wasn't too much. He only wanted one of the dynasties, and the other one would be given to Zhu Qingquan. This was equivalent to the 2 cooperating dynasties growing stronger at the same time. This way, they wouldn't have to worry about being threatened. If the Azure Dragon Dynasty and the Suzuka Dynasty couldn't reach an agreement, then the Xian King Wu Dynasty and the White Tiger Dynasty might stabilize after some rest. At that time, it would be much harder to deal with them. Not to mention, the 2 weaker dynasties might join forces and seek revenge on Xiao Yang. At that time, planet Suzaku would be in chaos, and planet Azure Dragon would be able to reap the benefits. Of course, there was another possibility. If the Azure Dragon dynasty and the Suzaku dynasty couldn't reach an agreement today, then the Azure Dragon dynasty might support one of the dynasties or directly protect both. This way, he could be the big brother and be the leader of the three dynasties in name. This was also disadvantageous for planet Suzaku. Of course, there was another possibility. For example, planet Suzaku would go out and conquer the White Tiger dynasty and Xian King Wu dynasty before planet Azure Dragon. There were many possibilities before things happened. The Azure Dragon King's goal was to minimize this possibility. After all, any change would be a huge loss to the Blue Min realm. In the 3,000 Great Thousand Worlds, there were wars between realms as well. As the most powerful figures in the realms, they had to consider the overall situation of the realms when considering personal affairs. The Azure Dragon King laughed heartily and said, "That's right. Fellow Taoist Xiao, you are truly intelligent. What do you think of this matter?" Zhu Qingquan's eyes also fell on Xiaoyang. He said, "Prince Consort, what do you think?" Xiaoyang laughed and said, "Your Majesty, don't you have an idea?" "There's no need to ask." Zhu Qingquan did not know whether to laugh or cry. He really did have his own plans. The reason why he called Xiaoyang over was to strengthen his confidence. After hearing this, he said decisively, "Azure Dragon King, I agree to your agreement. When you return, we can set off together." The Azure Dragon King nodded and left with Li Feiyu and Nangong Quanshui. "Then this prince consort will take his leave first." Xiaoyang said his goodbyes. He slowly walked out of the hall, and Xiaoman hurriedly followed. Outside the royal court, it was a huge open space. There were people standing guard all around, and there were soldiers patrolling from time to time. The Azure Dragon King stood calmly not far away, resting with his eyes closed. Li Feiyu and Nangong Quanshui, the two Kingwu, were very confused. They asked, "King, why aren't we leaving? It's rare that the Vermilion Bird King has agreed. We should hurry back and set off. Time is of the essence." The Azure Dragon King said indifferently, "Wait first." Li Feiyu and Nangong Quanshui did not dare to question and could only accompany him. The Azure Dragon King explained, "Although expansion is important, internal stability is also important." The two of them immediately felt relieved. The so-called internal stability should be referring to the Qing Yin sect, the Bronze Sword sect, and the others on the Azure Dragon planet. Those people had a close relationship with Xiaoyang. It didn't take long for them to see their old rivals arrive. The Azure Dragon King slowly turned around and said, "You are here." Xiaoyang asked, "You were waiting for me here?" The Azure Dragon King laughed and said, "Isn't this what you wanted?" Xiaoyang laughed as well. The two of them had a tacit understanding. After a while, Xiaoyang said, "The spring, summer, and autumn Kingwu are already following me." The Azure Dragon King said, "I know. Just you alone can take out at least 6 Kingwu. This is truly shocking. It is comparable to the peak strength of an imperial court." Xiaoyang said, "However, this is not the main point. The main point is, I think you saw it earlier." Originally, the Azure Dragon King was still doubtful and did not dare to be sure. However, after hearing this, he felt relieved again. He cupped his fists at Xiaoyang seriously and called out sincerely, "Greetings, senior." Xiaoyang nodded slightly, returning the greeting. When Nangong Quanshui, Li Feiyu, and Xiaoman saw the scene, they could not understand. Why would a king of an imperial court give such a precious greeting to a brat? Even if Xiaoyang had the same cultivation as the Azure Dragon King, they would at most be of the same level and treat each other as equals. However, their attitudes were completely different. The Azure Dragon King said, "Senior, after this matter is over, I hope that Senior can give this junior some guidance. This junior has been stuck at Second Order Marshal King for several decades. I hope that one day I will be able to reach Senior's level." What? Hiss! Nangong Quan Shui and Li Feiyu could not help but gasp in shock. From this conversation, they could tell that Xiao Yang's cultivation had long surpassed the Azure Dragon net. Didn't that mean that he had reached the terrifying level of the third level of Kingwu? They opened their eyes wide in disbelief. One had to know that not long ago they had fought with Xiao Yang. At that time, Xiao Yang was only at the first level of Kingwu. How long had it been since then? Xiao Yang had actually crossed 2 levels consecutively and reached the third level of Kingwu. Was there such a heaven-defying genius in the world? No wonder the Azure Dragon King was waiting here. Xiao Yang said, "Don't worry. I have never hidden anything. I also hope that all the cultivators in the world can become stronger." The Azure Dragon King heaved a sigh of relief and thanked him gratefully. Then he joked, "Senior, I also have a few princesses who are extremely beautiful and talented." Before he could finish, he heard a few coughs. It was the first princess, Xiao Man, expressing her dissatisfaction. After all, Xiao Yang's current identity was the prince consort of the Suzuka dynasty. As the head of the Azure Dragon dynasty, wasn't it too much to poach him in front of Princess Xiao Man? Chapter 1243. The Azure Dragon King smiled awkwardly. Since he had already expressed what he wanted to express, he did not say anything more. After saying goodbye, he left with the other 2. After they left, Xiao Man coldly snorted and asked, "Young master, are you thinking about the princess of the Azure Dragon dynasty?" Xiao Yang blushed with shame and said, "I am focused on cultivation. I don't care about other things for now." They returned to the spring courtyard. Xiao Linger came over and said, "Shopkeeper Qian was looking for you just now. He didn't see you, so he said he would come to visit you later." Xiao Yang frowned. What was it that made Qian Wujin visit him twice? Let's wait then. The 3 of them drank tea and played chess in the pavilion. Xiao Linger and Xiao Man were competing. No one was willing to give way to the other. They were locked in a stalemate on the chessboard. Xiao Yang felt a headache just looking at them. Finally, it was afternoon. Qian Wujin came as promised. Xiao Yang went to the door to welcome him personally. "Shopkeeper Qian, what brings you here?" Xiao Yang greeted him with a smile. Qian Wujin looked around cautiously. He pulled Xiao Yang into the courtyard and said, "Let's go to the secret room to talk." "What's the matter? Why are you so nervous?" Xiao Yang was puzzled. However, he did not refuse and brought Qian Wujin into the secret room. Actually, there was no need for that. With Xiao Yang's current strength, if he wanted to isolate something, Xiao Yang could do it with a martial technique. Xiao Yang said, "Shopkeeper Qian, what's the matter?" Shopkeeper Qian said, "Brother Xiao Yang, to be honest, we have good news for you. Didn't you help us collect many rare materials last time? This time we are here to repay you." "Oh." Xiao Yang was puzzled. Qian Wujin smiled and said, "We have received news about the high-grade heavenly flame. We know that you are an alchemist and should be interested in heavenly flames. We also know that you have a mid-grade heavenly flame and your ability to control fire is outstanding. Therefore, we plan to give you the news about the high-grade heavenly flame as thanks." "High-level heavenly fire? Is that true?" Xiao Yang immediately became excited. The power of the heavenly fire was self-evident, and it was also very useful. It was simply an expert in many aspects. The difficult part was that high-grade heavenly flames were extremely difficult to find. Even if they were found, it would be difficult to subdue them. Now that there was news of a high-level heavenly flame, of course Xiao Yang was extremely excited. Putting aside the fact that high-grade heavenly flames were extremely powerful, just the fact that many pills required high-grade heavenly flames to refine showed the importance of high-grade heavenly flames. Qian Wujin said excitedly, "Brother Xiao Yang, why would I lie to you? Is there a need for me to come here and play tricks on you? The entire Tsangmin territory knows that you are the #1 cultivator. Am I not courting death?" Xiaoyang said happily, "Okay, tell me quickly. Also, if you need anything else, just let me know." Qian Wujin took out a map and handed it to Xiaoyang. He said, "This is a map with a location marked on it. Although it is not very complete, it can guide you to a nearby place. Also, high-grade heavenly flames are extremely powerful. You have to be careful. Also, you are not the only one fighting for heavenly flames. You have to be careful. That place is dozens of times more dangerous than the Celestial Mountain." When Xiaoyang saw how serious Qian Wujin was, he immediately became serious. He extended his divine sense and checked the location on the map. The destination was an outer realm land called the Tsangmin Peak. With one look, one could tell that it was very dangerous. The outer realm land did not belong to any realm world. That was the distance between realms. The creatures in the outer realm land were ferocious and strange. The most common were demons, commonly known as the demon race. "I know what to do. Many thanks, shopkeeper Qian." After Xiaoyang accepted the map, he thanked Qian Wujin gratefully. Qian Wujin nodded and did not stand on ceremony. He said, "You also know that demons will appear at the Tsangmin Peak. If possible, try to collect as many demon orbs as possible. Our bank has great use for them. There are also some materials that you can collect. In short, don't take risks. Your life is more important than anything else." Xiaoyang remembered everything. After sending Qian Wujin off, Xiaoyang thought about his next itinerary. Although he wanted to go to the Tsangmin Peak immediately to find high-grade heavenly flames, he had promised the Vine Demon at the Celestial Mountain that he would help him deliver a letter to the demon country. He could not break his promise. Thus, Xiaoyang decided to go to the demon country first. There was nothing to pack. Basically, all his food and clothes were placed in his storage ring. He walked out of the door and told Lin Shiyin, Xiaolinger, and Xiaomeng. Then he hurried out. The reason why he did not bring them along was for their safety. The relationship between the demon race and the humans was not harmonious. There were cases of the demon race eating humans. Similarly, there were also demon raiders. There was only overall peace. Fortunately, the Vine Demon had a route to the demon country. Otherwise, Xiaoyang would have to search for a long time. It would be extremely dangerous for him to go to the demon country alone. After all, the demon race did not like humans. Xiaoyang had already set off according to the route given by the Vine Demon. Because flying directly consumed spirit energy, he simply took out the flying ship and rode it forward. After traveling for half a month, he finally arrived at the border of the demon country. Xiaoyang could clearly feel the existence of demonic qi. This was a gas that was different from the human race's spirit energy. It was contained in the air. Without any hesitation, he decisively took a step forward and stepped into the land of the demon country. After entering the demon country, Xiaoyang did not feel uncomfortable at all. This was related to the cultivation technique he cultivated. The heaven-devouring poison tyrant technique and the heaven-devouring poison supreme technique could transform demonic qi. This was the reason why Xiaoyang was able to break through in the Celestial Mountain and Demon Forest. Now that he had entered the demon country, the demonic qi here was even denser than in the Celestial Mountain and Demon Forest. After taking a deep breath and converting it through the cultivation technique, Xiaoyang felt that his cultivation level had become a little more vigorous. It was rare to see demons at the border of the demon country. After slowly going deeper, he saw a few demons. The first wave of demons he encountered were the rat demon and the bat demon. One of them flew out of a cave in the mountain, while the other came out of a rat hole on the ground. When they saw Xiaoyang, they were stunned for a moment. They could not believe that there was a human walking in the demon country. The demon race had always liked to devour human cultivators to cultivate. This was a shortcut to cultivation. After the shock, the two demons were extremely excited. Their eyes were bloodshot and revealed strong greed and killing intent. Squeak! The rat demon and the bat demon both let out strange cries. Their small eyes stared at Xiaoyang without moving away. afraid that Xiaoyang would turn around and leave. My two Yao friends, let's talk things over. Xiaoyang greeted the two demons. After all, he was not here to cause trouble. He was only here to deliver a letter. It was not easy to meet two demons, so of course he did not want to make them hate him. Chapter 1244. However, the rat demon and bat demon ignored Xiaoyang and continued to squeak. If the first squeak was because they were excited to find Xiaoyang, then the second squeak was because they wanted to compete for the ownership of Xiaoyang. They had already decided that Xiaoyang was already in their pockets. Before they had even captured Xiaoyang, they had already discussed how to divide the spoils. In the end, the rat demon and bat demon failed to convince each other. The two sides had a big argument. After arguing for a while, they directly started to fight. This made Xiaoyang dumbfounded. Was there a need for this? For Xiaoyang, these two monsters were very weak. They belonged to the kind of existence that could be killed with a flick of his finger. Xiaoyang didn't even think of hurting them, but they started to kill each other first. This made Xiaoyang dumbfounded. What was even worse was that the rat demon and the bat demon had perished together as they fought. Oh my God! This made Xiaoyang couldn't help but widen his eyes in disbelief. He thought to himself, this monster is too stupid. Then Xiaoyang walked forward, burned their bodies, and took away their demon pearls. These demon pearls were given to him for free. It would be a waste not to take them. Although Qian Wujin had already taken a batch of demon pearls last time, demon pearls were precious and rare. Maybe they would be of great use. After putting away the two demon pearls, Xiaoyang continued on his way. The deeper he went into the demon realm, the more demons he saw, and he even encountered a tribe. Of course, this was a small tribe. After all, compared to the huge demon realm, they were at the edge. Xiaoyang released his divine sense and checked. There were about 30 demons, old and young. Looking at their appearance, they looked like goshawks. Could it be that they were from the Eagle clan? Should he go up and ask for information about the demon kingdom? Xiaoyang hesitated for a moment. Even though the vine demon had given him the route and destination, it was only a general route that would lead him to the demon realm. After reaching the demon region, his route map was practically useless. As for the demon nation, Xiaoyang would have to slowly search for it himself. The demon territory was so big. How long would it take to find it? Xiaoyang could imagine that according to the cruelty of the demon tribe to the human tribe, if one person walked to the door of the demon tribe, the entire demon tribe would come out and fight for Xiaoyang's flesh and blood. In this way, there would be a lot of noise, and he might not be able to get the information he wanted. After thinking about it, Xiaoyang gave up on this decision. He should definitely be more conservative. After all, if he was alone in the demon realm, he had to consider his own safety. Even if the entire small tribe couldn't threaten Xiaoyang, there was no guarantee that they wouldn't send a message. Xiaoyang did not want to become enemies with the entire demon region. Xiaoyang was currently standing on a certain hillside, using the dense forest to camouflage himself so that no one could detect him. He saw that the people of the Eagle tribe were going in and out, living like ordinary people. Instantly he had an idea. A group of Eagle tribe demons walked out of the demon tribe. There were about 5 or 6 of them, and they were all relatively strong. From the looks of it, they should be going out to hunt. This would be much easier. Xiaoyang used his movement technique and hurriedly followed. It wasn't that he wanted to attack the 5 or 6 Eagle tribe demons. He just wanted to find a demon to ask. These middle-aged Eagle tribe demons didn't know that they had been targeted by Xiaoyang. They went to the known mountains to hunt as usual. Walking in the dense forest, they stepped on the fallen branches and the wilderness, making rustling sounds. For some reason, one of the Eagle tribe demons actually slowed down and walked towards the other side. Then he leaned against a tree and closed his eyes to rest. The other 4 Eagle tribe demons also noticed his actions. Their eyes were filled with disgust, but they didn't stop or scold him. Instead, they continued on their way, ignoring the Eagle tribe demon who left the group. This made it convenient for Xiaoyang to do what he wanted. After the 4 Eagle Tribe demons walked far away, this Eagle Tribe demon didn't move at all. It seemed that he had fallen asleep. Xiaoyang felt that it was very strange. A person who went out to hunt didn't have any vigilance at all. He just fell asleep in the dense forest. Wasn't he courting death? Although this was the demon domain and the territory of the Eagle Tribe, it was hard to guarantee that there wouldn't be other demons peering. The demon tribe didn't have a harmonious relationship with each other. After all, in order to survive, the big fish ate the small fish, and the small fish ate the shrimps, forming a food chain. This led to conflicts between the demon tribes. Xiaoyang didn't think too much about it. He mysteriously appeared beside the dozing Eagle Tribe demon. This Eagle Tribe demon, named Skrilla, smelled the scent of a human at the first moment. He was shocked and instantly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with intense excitement and greed. This was because they loved humans as food, especially human cultivators. Roar, he wanted to let out a cry of excitement to express his excitement. However, just as he opened his mouth, he hurriedly closed it. This was because he was worried that his companions hadn't gone far and might come back. If they found out about such a good thing, he wouldn't be able to take it all for himself. Actually, even if he didn't shut up, Xiaoyang would have made him shut up at the first moment. Xiaoyang didn't want to cause a big commotion. He only wanted to secretly finish the interrogation. He was right beside Skrilla, calmly looking at this demon. After Skrilla woke up, the first thing he wanted to do was to look for the nearby humans. Just as he turned his head, he immediately saw Xiaoyang. He almost jumped up in joy. His gaze stopped on Xiaoyang's body. He was afraid that Xiaoyang would disappear in the blink of an eye. To him, this was simply food that was sent to his mouth. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Then he immediately pounced toward Xiaoyang. With a casual slap, Xiaoyang unleashed the power of his cultivation and slapped Skrilla to the ground. Of course, he didn't kill him. What he wanted was to keep him alive. Skrilla didn't suffer much damage. He struggled to get up and once again attacked Xiaoyang. He was already hunting for food, so it was normal for him to suffer 1 or 2 attacks. When he rushed in front of Xiaoyang, Xiaoyang attacked again and similarly slapped him to the ground. This time his attack was a bit heavier than the last time, causing Skrilla's head to become dizzy. He instinctively stood up. His footsteps were light, and he staggered a bit. His head also swayed, as if he could continue to fall down at any time. Fortunately, there was a big tree next to him. He just happened to be able to hold on to it. "Human, you're dead. You're destined to become my food." Skrilla shouted in a daze. Then he continued to attack Xiaoyang. His cultivation wasn't even at Wu Zun's level. He was so weak that he wasn't even worth mentioning. With his cultivation, he might be able to survive in this borderland. However, once he met a tyrannical opponent, he could only lie down. Chapter 1245. It just so happened that Xiaoyang was one of the top powerhouses. Xiaoyang couldn't be bothered to continue pestering him. This kind of stupid demon probably wouldn't be smart no matter how he beat him. He raised his hand and pointed repeatedly, directly freezing the other party's body so that he couldn't move at all. Only his eyeballs could move. Xiaoyang then asked indifferently, "I want to ask which direction is the country of demons and how to get there. Do you know how to get there?" Skrilla could understand, but he couldn't speak. After Xiaoyang released him from his control, he regained the ability to speak. "Help! The human cultivators are here." He immediately called for help, trying to call back his companions who had already left. Xiaoyang didn't even think and directly hammered him down, smashing him until he was dizzy and couldn't even speak properly. Xiaoyang's face was gloomy, and his temperament was cold as he said, "Answer whatever I ask you, or else I'll kill you directly." Skrilla was under absolute control. Under the crisis of life and death, he finally understood the situation in front of him. He had already been captured by Xiaoyang. Human, what do you want?" "I'm telling you, don't mess around. This is the demon realm. My companions will be back soon." He looked at Xiaoyang with some panic, but didn't dare to continue shouting. At this moment, he couldn't even move his hands and feet, so he could only use his mouth to speak. Xiaoyang said, "Tell me where the country of demons is." Scrooge blinked his eyes, confused. Although he was a demon, the demon realm was vast and boundless, and he had never heard of the country of demons until now. Xiaoyang frowned. Looking at the other party's stupid face, he couldn't be bothered to ask any more. He directly used the soul-searching technique, pressed one hand on Skrilla's head, and directly read his memories. After tossing and turning for half an hour, he still couldn't find the information he wanted, which made him feel very annoyed. And this weak demon Skrilla, after being swept by the soul-searching technique, couldn't bear the pain and also fainted. Xiaoyang pursed his lips and sighed before turning around and leaving. He didn't want to have anything to do with the other party, nor did he want to alarm the other party's tribe, even if it was just a small tribe that posed no threat to him. He just wanted to deliver a letter and fulfill his promise to the vine monster. After walking a bit further, he took out the route map given to him by the vine monster. The route map was very vague. Only the route to the demon realm was clear and accurate. As for the location of the demon kingdom, there was only an approximate range. Xiaoyang could only bite the bullet and continue searching. He was very uncertain. He released his divine senses and covered a large area. He wanted to see if there were any large tribes. Perhaps the demons in the large tribes would be more well-informed. Soon, he saw a few more Eagle clan members with his divine sense. He was no longer interested in the Eagle tribe. They were just a small tribe at the border, and their information was terribly limited. Just as he was about to ignore them, he immediately noticed the prey in their hands. It was a half-human, half-cat creature. If Xiaoyang didn't remember wrongly, one of the demons he saved in the small town near Chaos City in the Flowing Cloud Realm was a cat creature. Xiaoyang couldn't help but be a little tempted. With their relationship from many years ago, he might be able to get the cat creature to help him. Thus, Xiaoyang had another idea. He planned to save that cat creature that was already captured. Looking at the miserable state of that cat creature, it seemed to be heavily injured. Thinking about it, the two sides must have gone through a huge battle. Those 4 Eagle clan members returned according to the original route, and soon met Skrilla, who was sleeping soundly by the side of the road. They showed disdain and disgust, looking down on people like Skrilla who were sneaky. One of the Eagle clan members walked up, kicked Skrilla twice, and said, let's go back." Skrilla woke up in a daze. When he saw the cat creature that was captured by his companions, his eyes lit up and he drooled. He would be able to have a full meal when he returned. The cat demon's eyes were wet, and his expression was dejected. He knew that he would definitely die this time. The group of people returned to the tribe. Skrilla, on the other hand, didn't want to think about what happened before. He didn't want to talk about that disgraceful thing. He would just treat it as a dream. Thinking about it this way, Skrilla became much more relaxed, as if what happened before was really a dream. However, they hadn't walked far when they met Xiaoyang, who was blocking their way. Skrilla's expression stiffened, and he didn't dare to believe it. He had just comforted his wounded heart, but he didn't expect to meet this fiend in the blink of an eye. He hurriedly threatened Xiaoyang, saying, "Human, you're dead. I'll definitely eat you." Then he said to his 4 Eagle clan companions, "I'll watch the prey. You guys go." Those 4 Eagle clan companions frowned. They were very disgusted by this kind of order. However, they didn't go against it. Because Skrilla was the son of the Eagle clan's chief, they could only resign themselves to it. The 4 Eagle clan members put down the cat demon and let Skrilla watch over it. Then they surrounded Xiaoyang. To them, the human was a delicious meal. Their eyes also revealed a greedy light, and they longed to be able to eat this feast. Xiaoyang immediately felt their hostility. He frowned and said calmly, "Eagle clan, I have no ill intentions towards you. I just want to take that cat demon away. If you know what's good for you, let her go." When Skrilla heard this, he couldn't help but sneer and said, "Human, You still want to show off? You want to snatch our food? Save it. You can't even escape the fate of becoming our food." Then, he urged a few more words with a haughty look. The 4 Eagle clan members had no choice but to immediately launch a fierce attack. Xiao Yang circulated his cultivation and stomped his foot. A terrifying cultivation power erupted from his body and instantly affected them. They were directly blasted away. Before they even landed on the ground, they were directly blasted into a bloody mist. Insta-killing was so easy and simple. This scene landed in the eyes of Skrilla and the cat demon. They were simply shocked. They couldn't believe it. Their mouths and eyes were wide open as they stared at Xiao Yang in shock. They had encountered humans before, but none of them were as powerful as Xiao Yang. You! Skrilla was shocked. He was so terrified that he couldn't speak. His face was pale, and he didn't even guard his prey. He directly threw it away and then staggered back, wanting to quickly leave this place. Xiao Yang watched him run away, but he didn't have any intention of attacking. He only wanted this cat demon in front of him. Seeing Xiao Yang walk over step by step, the cat demon completely panicked. The fur on his body stood on end as if he had encountered a great enemy. Human, what do you want? I'm a warrior of the cat clan. If you hurt me, the cat clan won't let you go." He was so scared that he was trembling. He couldn't even speak clearly. Xiao Yang chuckled and said, "If the cat clan is really so powerful, then why didn't any of the cat clan members come to save you? Look at you! If I didn't appear, you would have become the Eagle clan's meal." The cat demon's expression instantly became embarrassed. He lowered his head and felt uneasy. Xiao Yang said, "Don't worry, I won't kill you, just like how I won't kill that Eagle clan member who escaped. But you have to cooperate with me." The cat demon looked at Xiao Yang in surprise and said nervously, "Really? Okay, I'll cooperate with you." Xiao Yang heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that there was someone who took the initiative to cooperate. Chapter 1246. He asked, "Tell me, what is your name and why did you appear here?" Cat demon said, "My name is Onli. I came here to find food and got separated from my companions." Xiao Yang frowned, thinking to himself, could it be that the demon clan was so lacking in food? Xiao Yang asked, "If I'm not wrong, this is the Eagle clan's territory." Onli was instantly angry. "Bullshit, it's not. This is originally our cat clan's territory. It's just that this Eagle clan is too despicable and sent a branch over." "So it's like that." Xiao Yang immediately felt relieved. Onli said, "The Eagle clan that just escaped is Skrilla, the son of the Eagle clan's branch patriarch. I have fought with them many times, but this time, because my companions did not have time to help, I was captured." Saying this, Onli was a little angry and unwilling. Xiao Yang nodded, expressing his understanding, and then he untied Onli. Onli quickly regained her freedom and looked at Xiao Yang in astonishment. Logically speaking, even if she got rid of the Eagle clan's food, she would still fall into Xiao Yang's hands. From the looks of it, Xiao Yang was 10 times more terrifying than the Eagle clan. She should not be able to escape and was destined to die. However, Xiao Yang actually untied her and set her free. She opened her eyes wide, not daring to believe it, and asked, "Human, you can let me go?" She was looking forward to it and was also excited. Xiao Yang said, "I can let you go, but you have to tell me where the demon country is. It's best if you give me a map." Onli muttered, "Demon country." She seemed to have sunk into deep thought, searching for memories related to the demon country. After a long while, he said, "Human, I have never heard of the demon country, but I can bring you to our patriarch. Our patriarch is knowledgeable. Maybe he can help you." Xiao Yang said, "Will I disturb you?" It was strange for a human to appear in the demon domain. It would shock the demon clan. If this person was still brought to their tribe by Enli would probably be suspected of being a traitor. Enli thought for a moment and said, "Since you saved me, I will repay you. Don't worry, I will try my best to convince them." After waiting for a while, there was movement all around. Xiao Yang furrowed his brows. Through his divine sense, he saw several feline creatures lurking over. Needless to say, they must have treated Xiaoyang as a bad guy and wanted to save Enli from Xiaoyang. Enli also noticed that her companions had arrived. She was happy for a moment before she heard Xiaoyang say, "Enli, your companions have arrived. If you don't explain yourself, then we might have to fight. I can't guarantee that I won't be merciful." Enli was shocked and her face turned pale. She clearly understood how powerful Xiaoyang was. He was able to crush 4 strong eagles in an instant. Her companion's strength was about the same as the eagle clan's. She didn't want her companions to die. Enli hurriedly said, "Mina, Weiya, you're here? Come out. You're not this human's match." Mina and Weiya, who were lurking, over-frowned. They maintained their camouflage and didn't move. After a long while, they slowly walked out and stood behind Enli. Only the 2 feline demons walked out. There were still 2 other feline demons in hiding. They maintained their camouflage as a backup plan. If they had a conflict with Xiaoyang, they could attack openly and secretly. "Sister Mina, Sister Weiya." When Enli saw the 2 feline demons, her eyes immediately became moist. She pursed her lips as if she had suffered a great grievance. After crying for a while, she said, "You're finally here. If you didn't come, I would have become food for the Eagle clan. Fortunately, this human saved me." Mina's face was cold as she looked suspiciously at Xiaoyang. With a face full of distrust, she said, "Enli, don't believe the human's nonsense. Humans are the best at lying." Enli explained for Xiaoyang, "Sister Mina, I'm telling the truth. However, this human is asking about the demon kingdom." Weiya said, "Then this human must be up to no good. Our demon realm's matters cannot be spread out, so as to avoid bringing disaster to us." The relationship between the human race and the demon race was not harmonious. Conflicts would occur from time to time. Of course, there were also conflicts between the demon race, just like there were conflicts between the human race. Xiaoyang said calmly, "The remaining 2 feline demons come out. I really don't want to hurt you." Enli also hurriedly said, "Sister Mina, this human really doesn't have any bad intentions. He just killed 4 Eagle clan members and let Skrilla go. If he wants to make a move, we're not his match." Weiya, Mina, and the other feline demons couldn't help but narrow their eyes. If it was really as Enli said, then this human cultivator was really terrifying. As feline demons who had dealt with the Eagle clan many times, they naturally knew how powerful those Eagle clan members were. At the very least, they didn't have the confidence to defeat them. At most, they were evenly matched. They didn't expect this human to be able to kill those 4 Eagle clan members so easily. Mina sniffed and breathed in the surrounding air. Sure enough, she smelled the scent of blood. This was the scent of the Eagle tribe's blood, and she quickly locked onto 4 positions. These 4 positions were the center of the explosion of the 4 Eagle tribe members. Weiya and Mina looked at each other. They believed Enli's words and also believed that Xiaoyang had terrifying strength. Mina said, "Human, we're very grateful that you saved Enli. However, we don't want to have any interactions with humans. I hope you can understand. We have some materials and demon pearls here. We can give them to you as thanks." She took out some demon pearls from her body, as well as some unknown unique materials from the demon realm, and sent them to Xiaoyang through her cultivation. Xiaoyang didn't rush to accept them. He asked, "Feline warriors, I just want to ask about the whereabouts of the demon kingdom. It's like this: I met a tree demon and vine demon at the Immortal Mountain. This time, I'm here to help the vine demon deliver a message." Mina, Weiya, and the feline demons were silent. To be honest, they were doubtful of Xiaoyang's words. Moreover, they didn't know the vine demon and the tree demon. Xiaoyang frowned. He also felt that this matter was a bit tricky. After all, the demon realm was too big. Various demon clans coexisted. Although the vine demon was a demon king, It should only be famous in a certain area, such as the Demon Kingdom. And Li said, Sister Mina, Sister Weya, how about this? It's fine if you don't trust this human. We'll go back first and ask the chief about the Demon Kingdom. We'll tell him when we find out. The two cat demon warriors, Mina and Weya, looked at each other and agreed with this suggestion. Weya looked at Xiaoyang and said, We feline warriors keep our promises. Human, can you give us some time to wait here? Chapter 1247. Xiaoyang was in a difficult position, but there was no better way at the moment, so he could only agree and say, I'll wait for you until tomorrow. If you don't come tomorrow, then I'll leave. Only Weya, Mina, and the other cat demons expressed their gratitude, and then the group quickly left. When they left, they were worried that Xiaoyang would follow their tracks, so they deliberately took a few detours. In the end, they let 3 cat demons return to the tribe and 2 cat demons stay behind. After confirming that Xiaoyang really did not follow, they returned to the cat tribe. All of their actions were observed by Xiaoyang, which made Xiaoyang not know whether to laugh or cry. They're quite cautious. Xiaoyang also knew where the cat tribe was staying, but he did not have the intention to disturb them last time. Since the other party promised to send news, then he would wait for the time being. He sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to adjust his breathing, waiting patiently. After an hour had passed, he immediately heard the sound of rustling. Xiaoyang could not help but open his eyes, and his divine sense spread out like a tide, instantly locking onto several figures. The people who came were not from the cat tribe, but from the eagle tribe. Xiaoyang even recognized one of them. It was Skrilla, who he had let go before. Looking at their appearance, it seemed that they did not come with good intentions. Xiaoyang's lips curled into a mocking smile. If these eagle demons came to seek death, he did not mind fulfilling their wishes. Skrilla, you've come back, and you've even brought your own tribe. Are you trying to take revenge? Xiaoyang did not even turn his head and asked calmly. His voice was not loud, but it traveled far in this silent forest. Because the forest was silent, the trees were not dense, and the place was quite spacious. Even whispers could be heard. Following Xiaoyang's voice, the figures of Skrilla and the other eagle demons slowly appeared. Human, you let me go. This is your biggest mistake. You just killed one of my kind and stole our prey. We want you to pay with your life. Then he hurriedly explained to his father, Lord Father, that person is a human thief. He was the one who snatched the prey that we had painstakingly hunted and killed the Eagle Clan's warrior. It was not easy for me to escape from him. Xiaoyang sneered, his eyes flashing with killing intent. Just based on Skrilla's words, he decided to sentence him to death. In their group of eagle demons, there was only one eagle demon that was slightly more powerful, comparable to a third-order martial honorable. For someone like Xiaoyang, who was at the 3rd level of King Wu, the difference between them was like heaven and earth. Sigerlai's eyes were gloomy as he coldly stared at Xiaoyang. His voice was filled with killing intent as he said, Human, do you agree with what my son said? Since when were the demons so reasonable? Xiaoyang found it funny. Most of the time, the human race didn't reason with you. Whoever's fist was bigger was the reason. Xiaoyang said indifferently, Yes, I killed them. Originally, I didn't want to kill them, but they wanted to offend me. I warned them that if I really wanted to kill them, your son Skrilla wouldn't be able to escape because he was the weakest among the Eagle Clan's warriors. Skrilla's face turned red, feeling a little embarrassed because Xiaoyang was right. He hit the nail on the head and poked at his sore spot. Xiaoyang was calm and composed, his expression indifferent as he said, Eagle Clan's creatures, I warn you again, don't provoke me, no matter what reason you have. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear my anger. These dignified words made Sigerlai feel a little heavy. As the patriarch of the branch, what he needed to do was to lead his companions to survive, not to fight for victory. Seeing Sigerlai's hesitant look, Skrilla immediately urged, Father, This human dared to intrude into our monster realm. This is a provocation to our monster realm. Moreover, he killed our eagle warriors and stole our prey. If we let him go like this, then our eagle race would lose face and dignity. In the future, anyone who sees us would bully us and step on us. How can we survive in this area? To deal with such a ruthless character, we should be ruthless. Sigralai remained silent. He wasn't the young Skrilla who only cared about being high-spirited and not thinking about the consequences. The entire branch of the Eagle clan depended on him to survive. He looked at the eagle demons beside him and asked, "What do you think?" Those eagle demons didn't know how powerful Xiaoyang was, nor did they see the explosive scene of Xiaoyang's attack. In addition, Sigralai was still urging them to attack, so they couldn't refuse, lest Sigralai hated them. They could only support Sigralai's decision. That was to teach Xiaoyang a lesson and protect the dignity of their eagle clan. Sigralai quickly made a decision. He looked over and said, "Human, you killed a member of my clan. As the patriarch, I should seek justice for them. So, even if I kill you, you can't blame me." Then he waved his hand, and more than 10 powerful eagle demons immediately formed a formation and surrounded Xiaoyang, preparing to fight to the death with Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang sneered and said disdainfully, "You really don't know what death is." He teased Sigralai, "Sigralai, your strength is really deceptive. Your father and your fellow clansmen are going to be killed by you. Cut the crap, human. Die. Human, after I kill you, I want to eat your flesh. The flesh of human cultivators is good. After eating it, my cultivation will increase." The eagle demons revealed greedy expressions. With a casual wave of his hand, Xiaoyang summoned the Imperial Heaven Tower, a high-grade heaven-tier magic treasure. The Imperial Heaven Tower buzzed, and its entire body flowed with a greenish-yellow light enveloping Xiaoyang. Then, under Xiaoyang's casual tap, several rays of greenish-yellow light shot out and directly entered the glabella of the eagle demons. These Wu Zun-level eagle demons turned pale with fright. Their expressions changed drastically, and they were filled with fear, because at that moment they felt a strong sense of death, as if their lives were no longer under their control. Even their movements became stiff. Puchi, puchi, the sound of arrows piercing into flesh rang out. The eagle demons surrounding Xiaoyang instantly died and exploded into a bloody mist. In the blink of an eye, 99% of the eagle demons were killed. This showed how terrifying the Imperial Heaven Tower was. It could defend, attack, and defend. This was not a boast. When Sigralai and Sigralai saw this bloody scene, they could not help but widen their eyes and open their mouths. They were so scared that their legs went weak, and they instantly fell to the ground. Especially Sigralai, he seemed to have lost his spirit. His mental support had completely collapsed, and he was like a deflated ball. The reason why he could maintain his prestige and confidence in the past was because he had these valiant eagle demons under him. Chapter 1248. He didn't expect that he would be destroyed the moment he started fighting. Even his pride was broken. Their eagle clan branch lost all of their fighting strength. The remaining old, young women and children could only be slaughtered by the other demon clans and become their food. Thinking of this, he instantly despaired. He didn't have any backbone left. His heart was like dead ashes, and his face was full of despair. Originally, the Eagle clan branch had started off well, but he ruined it all of a sudden. How hateful! Unfilial son, you bastard, you've caused a lot of harm. The entire Eagle clan branch was killed by you. Skrilla couldn't help but roar at Skrilla. His eyes were red and filled with blood vessels. It really was like what Xiaoyang had said. Strength was deceptive. Skrilla was also dumbfounded this time. His mind was once again shaken. If the first time Xiaoyang killed 4 eagle demons wasn't enough of a shock, then the death of so many Eagle clan warriors had truly shaken Skrilla's mind. It was as if someone had struck a heavy drum in his heart, causing his body to tremble and his mind to go blank. He also knew that the entire Eagle clan branch was finished. It was all thanks to him. Skrilla's face was pale. He looked at Skrilla with fear and guilt. He didn't know what to do. After a long time, he sobbed a few times and directly burst into tears. Skrilla was extremely regretful. He blamed himself for spoiling his child too much, causing him to not know right from wrong and the situation. He knew all about Skryra's lazy and crafty ways of hunting, but he had always turned a blind eye to it. He thought to himself, as long as he doesn't cause any more trouble, it's fine. At the very least, I can still protect him. He didn't expect that this time he would directly poke a big hole that couldn't be mended or blocked. Xiaoyang ignored them. With a wave of his hand, he directly stored these demon pearls into his storage space, along with some materials left behind by the eagle demons. After doing this, Xiaoyang calmly looked at Skrilla and said, "Eagle demon, I've said it before. You can't bear my anger. Now I'll give you a choice. You can understand, Skrilla. Of course, if I make a move, you'll be on your way together." Grief appeared in Skrilla's eyes as he looked at Skrilla with killing intent. Skrilla was immediately scared out of his wits. He could naturally feel the intense killing intent and grief. He immediately cried out, "Father! Father! I am your son. You can't kill me. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I will listen to you from now on. I won't act recklessly. Please give me another chance." Sigurlai's expression became even more sorrowful as he said, "How many times have you said this kind of apology?" This was the 101st time. "It's not that I don't want to save you, but even I will have to die here." "Boo-hoo! No, don't." Scrooge desperately begged for mercy. However, Skrilla was still unmoved. His killing intent did not decrease, and his mind was set. In the end, Scrooge could only watch as Skrilla killed him, and his neck was instantly broken. Looking at his son's corpse, Skrilla's heart ached. He sorrowfully used his cultivation to destroy the corpse, turning it into a cloud of blood mist. Then he kowtowed to Xiaoyang, bowed 3 times and kowtowed 9 times, saying some words of apology and gratitude. With Xiaoyang's permission, he staggered away, because only by doing this could he continue to lead the Eagle clan branch to survive. Xiaoyang smelled the smell of blood in the air, waved his hand, and purified the air a lot. Then he closed his eyes and continued to meditate. After Onli, Mina, Vaya, and the other cat demon warriors returned to the cat clan tribe, they began to discuss how to persuade the old cat demon to inquire about the demon kingdom. They were worried, their expressions were solemn, and their hearts were heavy. They always felt that this mission was very difficult, and the patriarch would definitely not easily tell them. This made them very worried. After wasting more than an hour, they decided to treat it as a last resort. They would only know after trying it out. Thus, they went to the patriarch's cave and found the old cat demon. They told him everything about meeting Xiaoyang, no matter how big or small, so that they could persuade the old cat demon to help Xiaoyang. It could also be considered as a favor. After the old cat demon heard this, he immediately felt Xiaoyang's strength. Then he immediately became vigilant, and then ordered the cat clan to double their defense and be vigilant against unfamiliar visitors. Finally, he nagged Onli, Vaya, and Mina, telling them not to be easily deceived. The old cat demon naturally knew some things about the demon kingdom. If the other party was a demon clan, maybe she would tell him, but the other party was a human, so she had to be more careful. After all, the relationship between the human clan and the demon clan could not be considered harmonious. Wars, big and small, often happened. Many years ago, their cat clan had a little cat demon that was captured. Fortunately, she was rescued by a human cultivator in the end. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. As for the human clan, the old cat demon was very complicated. In the end, he made a decision. The cat clan could not pay attention to Xiaoyang and had to stay away from him. This made Onli cry bitterly, because she could not help Xiaoyang. Vaya, Mina, and the other cat clan warriors comforted her. They could not persuade the old cat demon, and half a day passed. If they still could not persuade the old cat demon by tomorrow, then Xiaoyang would have to leave. Only felt a great sense of guilt and felt that she had let Xiaoyang down. She looked at the sky with tears in her eyes. Another half an hour passed. For some reason, the chief cat demon suddenly summoned Onli, Vaya, Mina, and the other cat clan warriors. This made them feel a little uneasy, and their eyes were filled with anticipation. They wondered if the chief cat demon had thought it through. When they arrived at the chief's cave again, they heard a cat demon report. Onli, Mina, Vaya, something big is about to happen. The Eagle clan lost all of their battle strength in a day, leaving only the Sigri and a group of Eagle demon branches, elderly, women, and children. According to our investigation, those Eagle demons were all killed by a human cultivator. Onli, Vaya, and Mina were shocked. They opened their cherry mouths slightly, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. The Eagle clan's branch was finished just like that. There was no need to think about it. A clan's most powerful strength was their warriors. If a clan lost a warrior, then that clan was basically finished. Without any defensive strength, they could only fall to the point of being eaten away by others. The old cat demon asked, "I just want to know if that human cultivator was the one you met." If it was really the same human cultivator, then that human cultivator was too strong. Even if her entire cat clan went up, they would only be crushed. She had to reconsider that request. Thus, Onli drew Xiaoyang's appearance. Chapter 1249. The cat demon who reported the information also drew Xiaoyang's appearance. Comparing the two portraits, the answer was obvious. It's really the same person? The old cat demon exclaimed. As she looked, she felt that the figure in the portrait was familiar, as if she had seen it somewhere before. Thus, she thought about it carefully and began to rummage through her room. She searched through all the files and documents, as well as portraits. After searching for a while, she found an old portrait. She patted the dust off it and opened it. Wasn't the figure in the portrait Xiaoyang? It was just that this figure was slightly young and immature, while Onli's portrait had traces of growing up. This scene shocked them once again. It was unbelievable. "Clan chief, why is your painting the same as ours? Where did you get your painting from?" Onli couldn't help but ask. Weya and Mina were also shocked as they looked at the chieftain, the old cat demon. The old cat demon sighed and said, "I really didn't expect it to be him." Onli, Mina, and the other cat demon warriors looked at each other. So the old cat demon knew a human? If they remember correctly, the old cat demon had never left the cat tribe. How did they know each other? Old cat demon explained, "I told you before. Many years ago, a cat warrior was captured by a human. The location was in a small town near Chaos City in the Flowing Cloud Realm. In the end, this cat warrior was rescued by a human. There were also members of the Snake Clan, Rabbit Clan, Fish Clan, Monkey Clan, Fox Clan, and so on that were rescued. I don't know how other tribes view their saviors, but our cat tribe can't ignore them. A drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring. Our cat tribe has to abide by our traditions. Since this human has saved our cat tribe twice, then invite him to the tribe. I want to see him." The old cat demon made a heavy decision after careful consideration. "Really? You are too kind, chieftain." Hearing the old cat demon's decision, Onli, Mina, Weya, and the other cat warriors were overjoyed. They jumped up and down in joy, and even hugged the old cat demon. Old Demon Cat didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the lively atmosphere. It was rare to see them so happy, so he explained, "Go, maybe that kid really is very popular. Also, call Elisa over so I can tell her about this." "Yes, Patriarch." Mina and Li, Weya, and the other cat demons immediately walked away happily, their hearts surging with excitement. Originally, he thought that at most he would be able to find out the news and then tell Xiaoyang, and this matter would be left unsettled. However, they couldn't even find out any information previously because old cat demon was too wary. She was worried that Xiaoyang would do something harmful to the demon realm. Therefore, they were still angry for a while. Who would have thought that there would be such a huge reversal in an instant? If old Cat Demon was willing to meet Xiaoyang, then he would definitely be able to find out more about the demon country. They had not let Xiaoyang down. Only, Mina, and the other cat warriors moved separately. Among them, Li and Mina went to see Xiaoyang, while Weiya went to find Elisa. Weiya was very happy along the way. This was because she had once told Elisa about how she was saved by a human cultivator. At that time, she was envious for a while, and Elisa had also once invited her benefactor to the tribe. Elisa had been waiting for her benefactor to appear. Now, several years had passed. Weiya had also once teased Elisa, telling her to give up. Her benefactor probably had other things to do and might not be able to come. But unexpectedly, Elisa's benefactor actually appeared, and this human cultivator also saved Cat Demon Warrior and Li. This was simply a double blessing. Weiya's footsteps were light, and she kept smiling. Thinking about it, when Elisa heard about this matter, she should be very excited and happy. Elisa had grown from a little cat demon in the past to a teacher today. She taught many members of the cat clan how to cultivate and some martial arts. These were all things she had learned from the human clan. It was also because of her past experience with the human clan that she had broadened her horizons and knowledge. That was why she was qualified to take the position of teacher. Elisa had been an instructor for more than a year now. Previously, she had spent all her time on cultivation. After all, she had always wanted to meet her benefactor again and use her strength to protect him once. Ever since she had broken through several realms in a row, she had been unable to advance. In addition, the clan elder, Cat Demon, had invited her to teach the cat clan, so she had accepted. Under her guidance, the overall strength of many cat clan members was rapidly improving. It was also because of this that they would not be destroyed when facing a large clan like the Eagle clan. In an open space, Elisa was seriously looking at the many cat clan members. If she saw their actions were not standard, she would instruct and correct them. There were also cat clan members who cultivated mental cultivation methods to improve their demonic power. If they encountered problems or did not understand something, Elisa would also go up to help and explain it to them. Under Elisa's hard work day and night, the combat strength of many cat clan members improved rapidly. Among them, Weiya was a cat clan warrior taught by Elisa. The relationship between the two was not only a master-disciple relationship, but also a friend. Not long after, Weiya came out of the training base and saw Elisa, who was teaching seriously. "Master Elisa." Weiya shouted and walked over happily. Elisa's eyes also lit up. She was very happy to see Weiya as a friend. After all, the job of teaching was very boring. It was rare to have a friend, so it was a happy thing. "Weiya, why are you here? Didn't you go out to hunt?" Elisa asked with a smile. She instructed the cat clan members to practice freely or take an intermission break, then walked over to meet Weiya. Those cat clan members who were being taught did not take advantage of this idle time. They still cultivated seriously because they all knew that the situation of the cat clan was not optimistic. They could be annexed by other tribes at any time and become food for other tribes. Only by becoming strong could they protect themselves and their homeland. Once they were qualified to become a cat clan warrior, it was the supreme glory of the cat clan, worthy of everyone's admiration and respect. The dream of many cat clan instructors was to become a cat clan warrior and fight for the cat clan. Weiya glanced at these instructors and said with a smile, "Elisa, your education level has improved a lot. Look at them. Even without your supervision, they can cultivate consciously." Elisa chuckled and said, "That's right. They are not like your batch. At that time, you were very naughty. You were not obedient even when I whipped you." Weiya laughed as if she remembered the good times of the previous training. She was in the same batch as Onli, Mina, and other cat clan warriors. At that time, she was not afraid of anything and was very bold. In the end, she accidentally fell into the hands of the Eagle clan. Chapter 1250. Fortunately, Elisa was brave and smart enough to lead the other warriors of the cat clan to rescue them. Otherwise, they would have become the eagle clan's meal. Elisa, don't mention the past. I just happened to have good news to tell you. Wei smiled and was embarrassed when she thought of what happened back then. She then spoke softly and looked at Elisa with a smile. She was sure that Elisa would definitely jump in joy when she heard the news. Elisa smiled and said, "Well, tell me, did you hunt some wild beasts again?" Generally speaking, only hunting wild beasts was worth their happiness because wild beasts represented food, which meant that they would not go hungry. Only when they were full would their cultivation be more energetic. None of them. Wei shook her head and decided to keep her in suspense. She did not want to say such a good thing all of a sudden. "You little girl, you still want to play dumb with me. Tell me quickly." Elisa could not stand being teased by Wei and immediately tickled her. Wei could not stop laughing and quickly begged for mercy. "Okay, Elisa, stop. It's so itchy. I'll tell you." Only then did Elisa stop. Wei said, "Elisa, weren't you saved by a cultivator in the human territory many years ago?" Elisa said, "Yes, I still remember the benefactor. I even invited the benefactor over, but unfortunately, there has been no news of the benefactor." Speaking of this, her mood was slightly depressed. Wei smiled and said, "Elisa, your benefactor has come to find you. We've already confirmed it. Onli and Mina went to inform your benefactor and asked him to come to the tribe. This was personally agreed by the patriarch." "What? Is this true?" "Wei, you can't lie to me." Elisa was suddenly excited. Her expression was excited and her eyes were shining. She could not wait to leave here immediately and run to see her benefactor. After waiting for so long, her benefactor finally appeared. This was what she had always dreamed of. Previously, she was also worried that her benefactor was a human and probably could not enter the demon territory, let alone the demon tribe. She never thought that these problems were not problems anymore. Elisa said excitedly, "Wei, tell me quickly, how did the patriarch agree to let benefactor in?" Wei had no choice but to tell her in detail about how Xiaoyang had rescued Enli and how Xiaoyang had killed the eagle tribe warrior. "Wow, benefactor is amazing. That's great. Enli is also very lucky to have met benefactor. Let's go. Quickly bring me there. I want to see benefactor." Elisa couldn't wait any longer. She pulled Vaya and ran away. Previously, she thought that she should be able to protect Xiaoyang with her ability. After all, when they met in Chaos City, Xiaoyang was only a martial arts grandmaster. Now, Elisa had already broken through to the 3rd tier of Wu Zun's cultivation. She could be considered an expert. However, according to Wei's description, Xiaoyang had easily killed many of the Eagle tribe's warriors. Xiaoyang's strength should be at the 4th or 5th order of Wu Zun. Benefactor's cultivation speed was really fast. Elisa made a rough judgment. Wei was pulled along and ran for a while. She said angrily, "Elisa, calm down. Don't be too excited and surprised. Mina and Onli have gone to invite benefactor. They will probably go to the patriarch. If we also run out of the tribe, it might be in vain. Why don't we go to the patriarch's place and wait?" Elisa thought for a while and said, "No, let's leave the tribe. Anyway, most of the Eagle tribe's branches have been killed by benefactor. We won't be in danger. Besides, we are not weak. We might even meet Enli and Mina who have returned." Wei rolled her eyes. She really couldn't do anything to Elisa. She could only agree dejectedly and teased, "Elisa, you want to meet your benefactor, right?" "Really?" Elisa's expression became awkward. She blushed slightly and didn't say anything. Wei saw through Elisa's thoughts and even snickered for a while. This made Elisa unable to stand it, and she tickled her directly. Onli and Mina had already left the tribe. They wanted to tell this good news to Xiaoyang immediately. Mina said, "Onli, your benefactor will definitely be very happy when he hears this news." Onli smiled happily and said, "This is all thanks to your help." Soon, They arrived at the place where Xiaoyang was. Xiaoyang had already noticed them. When he saw their relaxed expressions, he roughly guessed the result. He stood up and calmly looked at the two cat demons and asked, "Seeing you two so happy, have you already found out the location of the demon country?" Only said, "Benefactor, only the patriarch knows about the demon country. We don't know. We ran to ask the patriarch before, but the patriarch didn't tell us. Instead, he told us that the human race is not good and can't be easily trusted." Xiaoyang's expression became awkward. Could it be that he guessed wrong? He said in annoyance, "Then what are you so happy about?" After all, they didn't even find out the news, so what was there to be happy about? To think they still had the face to come. Only knew that Xiaoyang had misunderstood and hurriedly explained, "It's like this. The patriarch said that you saved Elisa in the flowing cloud realm city of chaos many years ago, and now you saved me. You even killed many eagle tribe warriors. You can be considered the savior of the cat tribe. So, she wants to invite you into the tribe as a guest. I think when you have the chance to ask, the patriarch will definitely tell you." Xiaoyang instantly understood, and was also a little excited. He said, "Then let's go quickly." He already couldn't wait to know the location of the demon country. After all, without accurate information, he couldn't help the vine demons send messages. Now, the 4 dynasties in the blue underworld realm were probably fighting. Xiaoyang was still thinking about going back to help, in case Xiaoman and Xiaolinger were in danger. He had already been in the demon realm for a day. Anli and Mina led the way in front. In reality, even if they didn't lead the way, Xiaoyang knew the location of the cat tribe and could barge in alone. It was just that being invited in and barging in were 2 different concepts, and their attitudes were also completely different. Barging in was an enemy, and being invited in was a guest. Xiaoyang didn't have much hope at first, so he promised to only wait for a day. After a day, regardless of whether Only brought news or not, he would leave. But he really didn't expect that the cat tribe would invite him, a human, to enter. This greatly exceeded Xiaoyang's expectations. At first, he thought that it would be good if she brought news at most. And even if she didn't bring news, it was also within his expectations. "Elisa, huh?" Xiaoyang muttered this name. Very quickly, they reached the entrance of the cat tribe. They just happened to meet Weiya and Elisa, who ran out. Both sides met. "Benefactor, it's you? It's really you. My God, I finally waited for you." Chapter 1251. Elisa saw Xiaoyang at first glance, and quickly determined the identity of Xiaoyang's benefactor. She recognized him immediately. Then, she jogged over and hugged Xiaoyang directly. She cried bitterly, and her face was covered in tears. Xiaoyang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. When he saw Elisa, he also had some impression of her. Thinking carefully, wasn't she the beautiful cat that he rescued in the small town near Chaos City in the flowing cloud realm? Now that he hadn't seen her for many years, this beautiful cat had grown up, and her cultivation had improved a lot. "Elisa, is this your name?" Xiaoyang asked with a smile. After he rescued them, he didn't ask for their names, so he didn't even know their names. This time he came to visit their tribe. If he didn't even know their names, it would be a little awkward. Elisa hurriedly wiped her tears and said excitedly, "Benefactor, my name is Elisa." "Benefactor, I still don't know your name." "Just call me Xiaoyang." Xiaoyang said softly. Many cat warriors only knew Xiaoyang's name now. And Li said, "Benefactor Xiaoyang, the chief is still waiting for you. Shouldn't you go and see her first?" Xiaoyang said, "It's my duty. Lead the way." The group went towards the old demon cat's cave abode. It was rare for Xiaoyang to meet an old friend, Elisa, so he wasn't in a hurry. He slowed down quite a bit. He smiled and said, "Elisa, I haven't seen you for many years. You've grown even more beautiful, and your cultivation has improved a lot. You've reached the 3rd tier of Wuzun. Congratulations." Back then, when he met Elisa, the beautiful fox, and other demons near Chaos City, they were pitifully weak. They were only martial masters. Elisa, blushed slightly after being praised by Xiaoyang. She thought, "Benefactor said I'm beautiful." After a while, she calmed her thoughts and said, "Benefactor, this is also thanks to the knowledge you taught me back then. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to grow to this extent." At that time, Xiaoyang was not invincible. He was chased by a few martial arts grandmasters from the listening pavilion. Therefore, he had to escape with them. During the journey, he answered their questions about cultivation and even taught them some cultivation techniques and knowledge that were suitable for the demon clan. After all, Xiaoyang was the eternal poison venerable in his previous life. The amount of knowledge he possessed could be described as vast, so imparting a bit of knowledge about the monster race was naturally not a problem. Xiaoyang said happily, "You are so hardworking. You should be blessed by the heavens. I will teach you some cultivation techniques and martial arts that are suitable for the monster race. Use them well." As soon as he finished speaking, he took out more than 10 jade slips and stuffed them all into Elisa's hands. The monster race cultivation methods recorded in these jade slips were only low-level cultivation methods, which were enough for the cat race. If they were given 2 high-level monster race cultivation methods, they would not be able to study them thoroughly and would not be able to absorb them. Suddenly, it would be a waste of time, and the loss would outweigh the gain. Therefore, the cultivation method did not depend on its level, but whether it was suitable or not. This benefactor, Elisa was stunned. Her beautiful eyes widened as she looked at Xiaoyang in disbelief. As soon as they met, she had not even thanked him in person, and her benefactor had already given her so many cultivation methods. This was a huge fortune, even priceless. Even if she had money, it was difficult to buy. The inheritance of the monster race was almost cut off. Every monster race continued to rely on themselves to grow. It could be said that the monster race cultivation methods were absolutely precious treasures, even more precious than their lives. Back then, the cat race was so weak. It was all because Elisa brought back the cultivation methods and knowledge that the cat race's situation changed. This was the value of cultivation methods. Only Mina and Weya, the 3 cat race warriors, were also stunned. This human cultivator was too generous. He gave so many monster race cultivation methods as soon as they met. Even if it was just one of the cultivation methods, it was enough to cause an uproar. They were a little envious of Elisa. "Benefactor, I feel that this matter should be left to the clan leader to decide." Elisa held the jade scroll and did not dare to put it in her storage space. She said nervously, "Halfway up the mountain, the cat race elder cat demon was watching them. She also saw Xiaoyang's generosity. Even if she was hundreds of years old, she was still shocked. She sensed that Mina, Onli, and Elisa had returned, so she came out to take a look. It just so happened that she also wanted to see Xiaoyang, this human. As soon as she came out, she saw many jade scrolls that recorded the monster race cultivation methods. She was both grateful and ashamed. Cultivation methods were similar to things that could change one's fate. It was something that could only be encountered and not sought. This was definitely a great fortune for the cat race. She was ashamed because she doubted and distrusted humans before. She almost missed this great opportunity that belonged to the cat race. That was the cat race's eternal sin. "Elisa, Mina, Onliweye, you are all back." Old cat demon maintained her dignified demeanor and shouted at them. "Clan leader, we have invited our benefactor here." Only Mina and the other cat demons were very excited. They walked up happily and supported the old cat demon. The old cat demon sized up Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang also observed the old cat demon. After a while, Xiaoyang bowed and said, "I am Xiaoyang of the human race. Greetings to senior." This was a form of respect. She was old, so calling her senior was nothing. It was a form of goodwill. Good. Young man, you are handsome and righteous. You are indeed different from other humans. Come in and have a seat. Our cat race is a little shabby. Please don't mind." The old cat demon invited Xiaoyang into her cave. Xiaoyang followed. Inside the cave, Li Yisha, Onli, and the other cat race warriors poured water for Xiaoyang. This was the monster race's water. It was filled with dense monster qi. The old cat demon smiled and said, "Young man, I represent the cat race to thank you for saving our lives. 2 of my cat race warriors were saved by you. I am truly grateful." Then she took a cup of monster qi and drank it. Xiaoyang looked at the monster qi and smiled bitterly. He also took a cup and drank it, saying, "You are too polite. As a cultivator, we should help when we see injustice. This is our chivalrous nature." What a chivalrous man. This old one admires you. I heard that you are looking for the whereabouts of the monster nation. Is that true? The old cat demon put down the cup and calmly asked. Xiaoyang said, "I won't hide it from you. The reason I asked about the whereabouts of the monster nation was because I was asked by the vine demon to help him deliver a letter to the monster nation." The old cat demon already believed Xiaoyang. She slowly said, "Young man, I know you are a reliable person, but the monster nation is not easy to find. It is a legendary nation of the monster realm." Xiaoyang frowned. This made things difficult for him. After a while he said, "Please tell me, senior." The old cat demon said, "Young man, if you insist, then I can only tell you what I know. The monster nation was once very famous in the monster realm. Almost every monster race, living being, yearned for it." Chapter 1252. At this point, she revealed a yearning expression. It was obvious that the nation of demons was once her dream. Then her expression became desolate, as if she had thought of something sad. She continued, "However, ever since that sudden war broke out, the nation of demons has been reduced to ruins, and its location is no longer fixed. Over the years, many demons have tried to find the nation of demons, but without exception they all failed." Hiss! Xiaoyang once again felt the difficulty of this letter delivery mission. The nation of demons had been reduced to ruins, and its location was not fixed, which meant that it could move, which greatly increased the difficulty of finding it. This was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that many demons were searching for the nation of demons, so Xiaoyang would inevitably encounter them. This way, there would definitely be many conflicts between the two sides, which was troublesome and difficult to deal with. Xiaoyang was silent. Onli, Mina, Elisa, Weiya, and the other cat warriors did not say much. They were originally the lively and cute type, but now they were serious and solemn. This was also the first time they knew about the nation of demons. They wanted to comfort Xiaoyang, but they did not know where to start. "Give up, young man. I believe the vine demon will not blame you." The old cat demon sighed and advised Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang also sighed and said, "Senior, I still want to look for it. I promised the vine demon, so I will do my best. If I can't find it in the end, I can only be honest with him." He slowly stood up and prepared to leave. After all, his purpose in entering the demon realm this time was to deliver a letter, so it would not be good to waste too much time. After all, the war in the Tsangmin realm had already begun, so he had to hurry back. "Ah, benefactor, are you leaving?" Elisa looked at Xiaoyang reluctantly and her heart was sad. She had just seen her benefactor who she had been waiting for so many years, and it had not even been an hour, and her benefactor was leaving. She could not help but feel sad, and her heart was very complicated. Xiaoyang said indifferently, "Life and death, meeting and parting is a common thing. You have to be more open-minded. Who knows, we might meet again next time, so you have to cultivate well." He calmly instructed, giving people a feeling of open-mindedness and elegance as if he had seen through life. And Li looked at Xiaoyang with adoration. She felt that this kind of strong and open-minded man was the one she should pursue. However, the gap between her and Xiaoyang was too big, so she could only bury some of her feelings in the bottom of her heart. Mi, Na, and Wei Ye looked at Xiaoyang reluctantly as they watched Xiaoyang walk out of the cave mansion. Anli and Elisa quickly reacted and said with a pained expression, "Benefactor, let us send you off." "Benefactor, are you really not going to stay for a while longer? Our cat clan has a lot of delicious food and many fun places. I can take you to play." They wanted to persuade Xiaoyang to stay. Xiaoyang said, "I have things to do in the beast realm this time, so it's not good to delay. Next time, when you are stronger, you can go to the human clan to find me. However, you have to be careful because there are many humans with bad intentions." After walking out of the cat clan tribe, Xiaoyang stopped and said, "Let's stop here. I didn't come here for nothing. At least I saw you, Elisa." Elisa's face turned red, and she was secretly delighted. At least Xiaoyang still remembered her, right? "All right then, benefactor. But where can I find you next time?" Elisa already had the idea of running away again, even if this was a dangerous idea that would be opposed by the entire cat clan. Xiaoyang lowered his eyes and said, "I don't know where I will go. When I have time, I will come and find you again. At least I know you are here." Elisa felt even more uncomfortable, and Li could only look at Xiaoyang with red eyes, not saying a word. Xiaoyang said, "All right, you can go back. If fate wills it, we will meet again. If you can't even let go of your fate, how can you comprehend the cultivation method?" He operated his cultivation, used his movement technique, and prepared to leave. At this moment, Wei Ye and Mina caught up and shouted, "Benefactor, wait!" Xiaoyang slowed down a little and looked at the two cat demons hesitantly. Wei Ye threw the sheepskin scroll in her hand to Xiaoyang and said, "Benefactor, this is what the patriarch asked us to give to you. She said that this is an incomplete map of the Beast Kingdom. If you want the complete map, you have to ask the Fox Clan for it." Mina patted Elisa's shoulder and said, "Elisa, accompany our benefactor to find the Fox Clan. You have been in contact with the members of the Fox Clan before." "Huh." Elisa was frightened by the sudden surprise. She didn't think there would be such a good thing. At that time, there were indeed members of the Fox Clan who were captured together. They had also agreed on a way to meet, but they hadn't contacted each other for many years. If they could help Xiaoyang, they would be more than happy to do so. "What are you for? Hurry up and go. This is what the patriarch agreed to. She told you to be careful and not to lose face for the cat clan." Wei Ye looked at Elisa enviously. They had a good impression of Xiaoyang. He was strong, easy to talk to, humble and indifferent. He was simply the ideal Prince Charming. It was a pity that Xiaoyang was a human. The conflict between the Beast Clan and the Human Clan had lasted for thousands of years. I'll go now." Elisa hurriedly ran out and caught up with Xiaoyang. She didn't forget to turn back and thank them. "Many thanks, Wei Ye, Mina." And Li's little hands were twisted together. Her heart was in a mess, and she said, "Sister Wei Ye, Sister Mina, can I go too? I can protect them." She asked with a red face. Mina laughed and teased. "All right, and Li, we all know that you have a good impression of our benefactor. You go." Anyway, the Eagle Clan branch was heavily injured by our benefactor. We won't be fighting for a while, so you just have to be careful and be safe. "Oh, really? You guys are too good. I love you guys." And Li was very happy. She quickly hugged them and then immediately used her movement technique to chase after them. Her speed was so fast that it was incomparable. Even when she was being chased, she wasn't this fast. It could be seen that Li, this female warrior of the Cat Clan, was thinking. After Mina and Wei Ye watched them leave, their faces were full of envy and said, "It's a pity that the Cat Clan needs someone to protect them. Otherwise, I would also want to go out for a walk." The two of them looked regretful and slowly walked back to the Cat Clan. "Benefactor, wait for us." Elisa and Li shouted behind Xiaoyang. They were panting from running. Xiaoyang's speed was really too fast. Xiaoyang had already received the map from the Cat Clan. With a look, the area of the map was really small. Moreover, it was the kind that was incomplete. This made him frown. In the end, he comforted himself. It was better than not having a map. Then he saw Li and Elisa, the two Cat Clan warriors, chasing after him. Xiao Yang obviously knew their purpose, which was to help find the Fox Clan tribe.